Hello, everyone, and welcome to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show that attempts to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. My name is Quacksilver, and today we have a full Metroidvania episode for you all. It is the 1-year anniversary of, not exactly, it's the 13th show, work with me here. It is the 1-year anniversary of Make Your Own Victory, and we are celebrating our birthday the only way I know how, with the greatest genre of video game that has ever been made. We have a fantastic lineup for you all today. We're opening with Worldless with DevComs featured. We've got both a Metroid and a Vania. We have a pair of undeniably incredible little guys in Lone Fungus, Melody of Spores, and Haiku the Robot. And I will be on a little later to reflect on a year of bringing this show to you all and why it means so much to make your own silly little victories and the way that we play video games at, to, for, and with each other. It's going to be a great show. Thank you so much for hanging out here. And of course, if you want to see more great speedrunning, we're in a season of pretty great speedrunning. In just a couple of weeks is Awesome Games Done Quick 2026. That's going to be live in Pittsburgh from January 4th through the 10th. Registration is available through the event, so you can be sure to register if you want to see stuff like this, but live. I hear there's some pretty good Metroidvanias in the lineup. No bias. You can visit gdq.gg for more info about that. But to kick off our show today, we are going to start with an absolutely gorgeous indie Metroidvania that you may not have heard of, but you're going to be singing its praises once we are done. Joined by some members of No Name Studios, here to run Summum Percent in Worldless. Please welcome to the stage, Magma Man.
Hello, I'm Magma Man, and I'll be, well, I said Summum Percent, which is, Summum is the hardest boss in this game. And I got Smail with me.
Hi, I'm Lady Smail. I'm another speedrunner of the game. So I'm here to help Magma with comms. And then I think we've got a couple of the dev team with us.
Yeah, we also got Esther.
Hi, how are you doing? I'm super excited to be here. And yeah, let's go for them. Let's go to beat some bosses.
And we got David.
Hello. How's everyone? I'm David. I'm the studio director at No Name Studios. And I'm really happy to be joining you today here. And let's see if we manage to do this Summum speedrun.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay, so timer starts when I select the A file. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Let's go.
Let's go, Magma. Let's go.
So probably your first question is, what is this game about? It's about a lot of things.
It really is.
It's about violence. Because I skipped the intro cutscene and showed a blue and orange stars, well, more like orange stars fighting blue stars, because orange want to become blue, but blue want to stay blue, so it's a constant
War
battle.
of polarities, yeah.
Yeah, that was also the idea of the game, no? That in the beginning you were seeing this kind of fight, but you didn't really know what was happening. And actually, that was always on purpose. That we wanted people to self-interpret, let's say, the story of the game. Of course, there's a background story that we save for ourselves, but yeah, everyone interprets it in different ways, which is the the nice thing of it.
Yeah. It is, yeah. Like Magma said, it's very much, there is a lot of violence as such, but it is beautiful violence, I like to think of it.
It's very beautiful, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the game is pretty.
Yeah, they did the graphical team did an incredible job, and as you'll see as we'll go on, every area is very distinct in its own way. They have their own sort of gimmicks and style.
And we're gonna see every single area. It's only 8, but we're gonna see all of them.
Yeah,
more or less.
That's kind of the beauty of Summon percent over, say, like any percent, is that you do get to visit all the areas, even if it's only briefly, but you do get to visit everything.
I mean, in any percent. Oh yeah, Orange. We don't visit Orange in any percent. That much, just run through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this was our battle. We lost. He tried to absorb us and it didn't work. Basically.
Yes, our friend over there basically just said no.
It's not because you.
Something happened in her mind.
It's all in your head, don't worry.
Wait, is this entire game a dream? Don't answer that.
I want. It's not a dream though. I mean, yeah, I just said that I'm not going to answer it, and I just answered. Okay.
And for folks who may not know the speedrunning scene for Worldless, or for folks who don't know Worldless, what is summon percent?
Do you want to take it, Magma, or do you want me to?
I guess you can take it.
Okay, so Summon percent is basically a race to the game's super boss. So Summon is, I'll get introduced to Summon as Magma goes through the run. He makes a brief appearance. But the aim of the game is to get to Summon as quickly as possible with as few upgrades as possible and basically smoosh him into the ground, which is a lot easier said than done because he is a super boss for a reason. The fight is very challenging with the level of upgrades that Magma's going to have. So it is definitely, yeah, it's a sight to behold.
Yeah.
How many updates are you going to get? More or less?
Trying to remember.
I'm trying to count. I think 11 orange and 16 blue or other way around, something like that.
That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. So a lot of them.
Nothing.
Yeah, so a lot of the major sort of boosts, particularly to like your defense and your sort of time increases. So you can, some of the abilities will give you time increases if you like block correctly or attack in a certain way. And yeah, we don't get most of them because it's kind of superfluous at this point when you get to the point.
Maybe
so
Coyote.
Ah, nice.
Okay, now the hardest fight.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the 2 hardest fights in the game, the first and the last, as Magma said. I'm going to let him concentrate.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to finish this one faster than what it is supposed to be. You don't have many abilities here.
Yeah. It is, yeah, it's one of those, it is possible to do it straight away, but it is very technical. Sorry, Magma.
No, I just missed the... Okay, it's recoverable at least. Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
David, I want to ask about the butterfly. He was in demo. You cannot absorb him without upgrades. Why did you change that?
Actually, if you see people play, almost no one absorbs the butterfly before getting any other upgrades. Like they have to get the launcher from the sword. I don't remember the name now of the. Otherwise, it's very difficult. But if you know very well the game, then you can absorb it and the first time. But most people don't know that well the game, so it's challenging anyway for them.
Yeah, so even like a lot, I don't care to admit that the amount of runs that Butterfly has just killed outright, which is a little bit sad because while the intro sequence is very beautiful, it is quite lengthy. So it's one of those. It's like I love watching the intro sequence, but at the same time, it's like I've just lost 5 minutes of a run because I've just messed up one silly input. So it's like it's frustrating, but at the same time, I get to watch the beautiful intro sequence again. So it's kind of swings and roundabouts. Not the worst thing.
And you know it's a Metroidvania because you fall off a bridge.
Yep. A long fall.
Yeah, that is very much a trope, isn't it? I don't think I've ever been in a Metroidvania where you don't fall off a bridge now that I'm thinking about it.
Okay, so we got our first movement, which is obligatory dash. As in every Metroidvania.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which I'm guessing you're going to be using a lot.
Until we get the print, which is an
Yeah. Yeah,
So
all the
he's-
movement abilities in this game are really, really good.
Yeah. And those...
updash from the start must have been fun to design around.
Yeah, I can well imagine it was.
Sorry, come again? What?
Being,
I didn't understand you.
being able to dash vertically. It's from the start,
yeah.
because a lot of games don't tend to give you an up dash straight away. They'll just give you the horizontal or an air dash, to be fair. So it's mostly just along the floor. So yeah, like Quack said, I can imagine that was a very interesting design period.
Yeah, and it's something that we discussed in the beginning, but we realized that it was not that difficult to find a way to design the levels in a way which was still interesting. And in the end, we were like, okay, let's give it its fun. We want players to have it from the beginning.
Yeah, there's a lot of the level design is really, really cool. It's like it's not overwhelmingly vertical, but there is a lot of verticality to it, but it's not at a point where it would feel like I said, overwhelming. That's the only really way I can word it, really. Now, Magma's taking on arms.
I think it's hands, but it's potato.
Hands. Is it arms? I always call them arms for some reason. So the game's not just about like straight out fights. There are some more puzzly enemies that require like specific tactics to beat. There's a couple of really fun ones. I know one of my personal favourites is the legs enemy, mainly because I also am a bit of a fighting game nerd as well, so I sort of got some of the references with it. I don't think we do legs in this run, unfortunately. I might be wrong there, Mike.
No,
it's been a while.
too out of the way.
Yeah, too out of the way.
Yeah.
So it's I saw that, immediately knew what it was, and then found out what the attack was called, and I was just like, I love it. This is a game that. Is it? I love it. I was like, this is a game that gets me. This is a game that gets me.
The reference actually comes from our animator, who was actually the creative director for the game, and he's also a massive nerd from Street Fighter and other games.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Yeah, I'm going to do this. This is going to be."
That's fantastic. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Many people got it.
Yeah, a lot of people did, because they were just. I know I like immediately saw it, and I was just like, I know what that is. That's so fun.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Cool.
I think literally not long before I played the game, I'd literally been watching like a lot of the videos around that anyway, just randomly, and it was just like, oh, that looks really familiar.
I have just seen that. Huh.
I've just seen that like not that long ago. But yeah, this is definitely one of those games I just was like, I started playing, it's like, yeah, this is a game that kind of gets me, and I kind of fell in love with it straight away.
Nice.
So
We are done with blue area for now. Now into... I'm calling it teal. I'm not sure what color it is, actually.
We just call it the green branch.
yeah, I mean, it's pretty accurate. So like I said earlier, each of the branches have got their own sort of distinct style and colour scheme. So it it makes it very. It's nice when you're navigating because it's like there's distinct sort of barriers between the areas, so it makes it a lot easier to sort of figure out where you're going. Like even if you're not like intuitively with the map, it's just like it's like, oh, this is the area I'm in right now, and you can sort of figure out, oh, that leads to there and this leads to this. So it's because of that like distinct sort of color identity, it's really good.
Nice. It took us a really long time, actually. Oh.
Yeah, you did an incredible job with it.
Also here in the
It was difficult
background,
to find.
we saw the green fusion.
Yeah.
Is I believe it is the boss of this area, but we don't see it, so
Yeah.
irrelevant. But it's a duality. Yeah, duality.
Yeah, duality. Yeah,
Very cool boss, I got to say.
Yeah, the bosses are very cool. Unfortunately, we don't see them in this particular run except for Summon. Because he's literally the only boss, true boss we see.
Yeah, the only green boss.
But would highly recommend playing the game casually and going to just look at the bosses because they're really cool designs and the fights are really interesting. They all have fun and interesting gimmicks.
That was one of the...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, Quack, what were you saying?
I was going to ask, as you are the Speedrun.com leaderboard mod for this game, what was the decision-making process to add some of them to the boards?
I just asked.
Yeah, it was Magma. Magma sort of said, I've got this idea for a category. And I was like, I'd sort of theorized previously that it was possible, but I was just like, while I am the mod, I'm not the best player by a long shot. It's just, I'm the one who made the board first, basically. That's the only reason I have mod privileges. But yeah, so Mag was like, can we make it a proper category? And I'm like, yeah, okay, that sounds like fun. And like, I mentioned before we came online that I love this category for one particular reason, which is, I mentioned earlier, the bosses. I run any percent a lot, and one of the bosses is an absolute RNG nightmare. So the fact that I don't have to fight them in this category makes me a very happy person. It's like casually the boss is absolutely brilliant, but when you're trying to do it fast and without certain abilities, which admittedly is my own doing, it can be a bit of a nightmare. But when it behaves, and it's always lovely.
Yeah. I have to say, I love when it is that easy. Like, oh, this category seems cool. Let's make a board for it. Let's run it.
Yeah,
I see Chad agreeing with me.
Yeah, the whole community is really chill, and like we've got our Discord, and since day one we've all been it's been a community. We've always discussed things. We talk about everything. Anything that goes on with the speedrun boards, anything that goes on with the wiki, because we've all pitched in on the wiki as well. It's like it's been a massive community effort, and we're only a small community, but we're a close one.
Yeah, I have to say that I am the marketing person in No Name Studios, and I am being just stalking you on the Discord, kind of stalking. And I have to say that just a little. No, but I have to say that we are super proud of the community that you have built up, because I feel like it's a super cool community. You are always so chill. You build the wiki. You are always so nice with the team, and it's so fun and so nice to read all the lore that you just try to understand and all the questions that you ask, and you made super easy my job, so it's amazing. So thank you.
It's good when you've got nice people in the community. Like I said, it was small, but we're a really chill community, and we're always happy to have new people. I've got to give a shout out to Aurora, who's been modding the Discord since like forever, and just being an amazing mod. I definitely definitely shirk my mod duties sometimes because of real life, but she's always there, like in the background, just making sure everything runs amazingly.
So this is our first encounter with him. He smushed that poor Artman.
Seems friendly enough.
Yeah, he's like, honestly, he's just a big cuddly teddy bear, really. He just wants a big hug.
At least we still get...
He may have hugged Araman too hard, but...
Crazy, because I actually didn't realize that you could completely skip the red branch and just go directly to the green one.
Yeah, it's open from the beginning.
Yeah, there's lots of saying that the interconnectivity between the branches is really cool, and it's been fun routing how to like get between each one and what we can skip, what we can't, what's mandatory. It is just trying to poke those little holes, trying to find what we can get away with. Mm-hmm. And you guys have been like really supportive in the fact that when we have, even though like obviously for the casual playthrough you've had to update and stuff, but you have like given us access to older versions of the game where a few of the glitches still work, so it's kind of cool. You guys have been like really amazing.
Nice, super happy to hear that was useful for you guys.
Okay, I don't even play this game, and I'll say when devs are friendly to like preservation like that, like glitch preservation, strat preservation, it's worth its weight in gold every single time.
Absolutely.
So cool. Yeah, in the end for us it's a little bit more of effort, but it's not too much. Like in the end it's just saving the old build in a different branch on Steam.
Yeah.
And that works well for you.
It does. It's super helpful.
Yeah, we use the old branch for any percent. Some I'm trying on current patch because some blocks are weaker, so it's easier and faster.
Yeah, some of the enemies took a minor maybe a minor nerf, but
so we finally
updated
catch up
versions
to him.
Yeah, we caught up to our friend.
So we're gonna talk to him.
I'm down for talking. Pacifism is definitely a rare sight in this game where we're just constantly beating each other up.
And say goodbye to Ada, because she can't be in the water.
Bye-bye.
This is Even, her counterpart.
Fine.
Yes. So there is always a raging debate in the community about which character they prefer. There is. We've definitely got Edda heads and we've got Avon heads. I definitely lean more towards Avon. There are definitely Edda has definitely got. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I think purely from the speedrunning sort of standpoint, when you get him in the any percent route, because he's got quite a lot more abilities available to you straight away because of when you get him. It's like it makes my speedrunning life a lot easier. But I kind of don't want to spoil it, but there's certain graphical things that I really enjoy as well later on, which we won't see in this run because we don't do that part in this run. But yeah,
I mean, just based on the information I have available to me, I'm leaning Avon because that double jump animation is
and also double jump. Yeah, while I do love the dash, I'm a bit of an old school. I love my double jump. I am a big fan of double jump.
So there have been a couple times so far this run where, Magma, you've pulled up like an upgrade tree. What general sorts of things are you looking for when upgrading your character in this run?
Mainly, I want to get my level 3 spells. And I got on Avon a whip technique, which deals a lot of absorption damage. So I want to get both those techniques on Ada as well. And just some easier to charge technique upgrade, teleport, of that sort.
Yeah. Yeah, you might have noticed that most of at least the black and orange enemies, they have 2 bars. They have a HP bar and a sort of diamond in the corner. So the diamond's the absorption. So you have to absorb your enemies to get the skill points. So the dark enemies you can just outright kill to get past them, but you obviously when you're playing you want those skill points because you want to get your character stronger. The blue enemies, they don't have health, that you have to absorb them. So it's just a mixture of certain techniques, and certain spells will do more and less damage. Some of them will be resisted, some of them will be weaknesses. It's just knowing which works with which. Usually it's very much just an opposites kind of thing. So like if you're going up against a dark enemy, like Edda's light spells like Ice and Thunder will probably work. And the same for even going against a light enemy, like you want to sort of use that opposites to try and build that absorption damage as fast as possible.
Right.
So now I can play fighting against Sarah, who I like to call Ninja Angel. Which reminds me of a ninja, so I think literally until when we started doing the wiki and I actually learned like the names, I was literally just calling it Ninja Angel for the longest time.
That works well too. I think it's a good name for him too.
Yeah. It fits, but I think Seraph is actually way cooler.
Also, those white rectangles I'm picking up, they increase my turn time when I collect enough, so collecting few of those as well. Not all, because that's a lot.
Yeah, not all of them, but yeah, I think we get up to the circle you're on currently. I think that's it, isn't it? Or
this is the final circle.
Yeah, this is the final circle. So I think it's 3 full upgrades of time.
I think so,
which sounds like a lot, but
or maybe 4.
In the grand scheme of things, it's really not.
I think it's 4.
Is it 4? Is it 4? I think you're right, it is. It is 4, because it goes 2. Goes 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, you are right. I can't do maths.
That is an important feature of being a speedrunner. Can't count, can't read.
It's why I'm not the world record holder. I can't do maths. So we've sort of, the thing is now we're sort of in cleanup mode a little bit. So to access summon, we need to actually get a couple of extra items that aren't like immediately obvious.
And we're about to see what those are.
Yeah, we're going to see what those are very shortly. Poor Iron Man getting beaten up again. They do get picked on something rotten. He's our adopter.
To access someone, it's a green triangle.
Yeah.
Because it's all about shapes.
It is all very much about shapes.
This is very much a shapes and colors sort of game.
Yeah.
Totally. That's what I wanted to say before, that it was really difficult to make a game which was beautiful using only, abstract shapes.
Yeah. You did an excellent job.
It took us a while to figure it out.
Yeah, you did an excellent job.
And I think for using simple shapes makes making my thumbnails a lot easier.
There you go. Never thought about that in that way. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we'll tell our artists. I'm pretty sure they are going to be happy to hear that.
Yeah. I'm still constantly flicking back through your Twitter pages and looking through the the concept art and stuff you put up, and it's just I've got a couple of them set up on my work background because it's just when I'm having a rough day, it's just it's very soothing to look at and just it's
I just picked up a second Ada weapon, which is a bow. It's
bow is
even has
really cool.
Even has whip, Ada has bow. But yeah, so polar opposites, but also the same.
Yeah. So the bow and the whip are very, very important because unlike their main weapons, Aven uses his fists and Edda uses her sword, the whip and the bow their primary sort of damage dealing is absorption damage. So that's why Magma bought the whip technique earlier, because it does a lot of absorption damage. So it's very useful when you're trying to plow through fights.
Meet my worst enemy when I was doing ultimate trial.
So you're on roots, are we?
Of that first attack. That's it. Because I was doing parry only ultimate trial.
Yes.
And that
I still think you're crazy for doing that. That was a challenge. I mean that with all the love in the world, because I certainly couldn't do it.
I mean,
Magma's also done quite a few challenge runs as well as doing speedruns, so he's an all-rounder for just knowing this game so well.
Yeah, and that challenge took me 7 hours of streaming attempt.
Wow.
Wow.
And full ultimate trial took me around 20 minutes. So it was around 20 attempts.
Yeah.
Did I buy one?
If you were doing...
I
Sorry,
don't remember.
So we just
You
got
have to
this...
click all the blocks here, but you don't have to.
Oh,
I know where we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Yeah, I remember Magma telling me this, and I was like, "What?" And I was just like,
I saw
"Really,
it
that works?"
somewhat, but maybe I tested myself, I don't remember. But yeah.
Yeah. I think afterwards, because I think we did test it in the sort of arena mode. I think the ice level 2 does the same thing.
Yeah, it does the same, but what's the point?
So I don't know, but it's more just investigating. So we like to know these things. I like to know these things. But yeah, I remember Magma showing me that for the first time, and I was just like, oh, I'm such an idiot. Why did I not think of that?
Well, if it's of any consolation, no one in the dev team. So.
I mean, it's only
it's a
one
fun that
enemy,
2 years.
really, so why would you test it?
Yeah.
Where do I go now? Purple.
Yeah, so we picked
so
up our
funny that-
second... Sorry, Esther, you go.
No, I was saying that it's so funny that it was like last month was the second Worldless anniversary, and we are still finding out new things in the game that we create. It's like, wow, what's going on here now?
That is really cool. It shows it's fun with stuff like games like that, where you do find things a little bit further down the line. I mean, a lot of the long-standing speed games, the reason they stay long-standing is because every now and then someone will find something new, and regardless of they'll find a new trick or some kind of new tech. And yeah, I think the fact that we're still finding bits in Worldless is kind of cool. I don't know, as I said, until we find a way to actually task it, I don't think we'll truly know the limits of it. But tassing is going to be a tricky endeavor. Just because tassing generally PC games is not the easiest to do unless you've got custom
That's a
sort
weird
of
hitbox moment.
builds. Sorry.
Yeah, weird hitbox
Yeah, just seeing where
moment
you are.
occurred.
That's such an
hate this
aggressive
bit.
hazard respawn animation, too.
It is. It really
dang,
is.
game really said no.
Yeah, I am very bad at this bit. I am not one with the wind.
Honestly, I'm mesmerized at how you're playing the game. It's like, what? Like you're cheating, not cheating, of course. That's the beauty of speedrunning, no? But it's like, wow, why is he doing that? And it's like, okay, of course, that's faster.
Yeah, the little things in it.
I love it.
At the time, you're like, what? Why are you doing that? What? And then you'll see something and you're like, that actually makes sense. Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna lie, I spent numerous hours trying to figure out whether walking or jumping, doing small jumps was faster. I literally spent 3 hours just going back over footage and timing stuff. So it is little things that you find and pick up. So
yeah. I really liked when Magma died on purpose on Branch, the red one,
Yeah.
in the water, so that he could respawn quickly on the other side.
Yeah, there's
Of course.
Yeah, there's a few of those little death respawns. That one's one of the major ones. It's not like loads faster, but it is a little bit faster. So where we can pinch those seconds, we try to do it.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Remember, chat.
And it's also crazy.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I was going to say it's also crazy that he managed to get so far in the game before actually getting the bow, because the bow is one of the things that normal players take almost at the beginning of the game. So I was like, wow.
Well, to be fair, sorry, Quack, were you going to say something and then I'll butt in?
No, I was just gonna say, remember, chat, you too can be speedrunners. All it takes is 3 hours of dedication to walking. No, nothing important. No, go ahead, Smell.
No, I was just saying, like, look, to be fair, this trick, sorry. This is a good trick.
I also got the shot.
Yeah. So that green leaf you just got in the green area, you're actually meant to do a portal puzzle, but it involves fighting a couple of enemies and activating a couple of keystones and stuff, which is obviously slower, but someone found out that you could do a crazy mad long dash off the platform to the left-hand side and just have enough room to double jump and get the grab on the anchor points. So yeah, I found out about that a couple of months ago and I was just like, that's so cool. I love the fact that people were finding these cool strats still. And even though it wasn't like found with like speedrunning in mind, I think this was just found by someone just casually messing around with the game. So yeah.
That's crazy.
So this is the community's favorite. Well, not favorite.
All praise the holy bat.
Yeah, it has a cult following.
Yes.
Not sure myself why, but it has.
I can't remember the whole thing, but it just sort of spawned up and yeah, we all became cult members. So
that
if you
was
don't hear from me
Holy
in a couple of years, that's why. I've been absorbed by the cult.
Now, every game gets one moment like that. One moment, one character,
absolutely.
one reference.
Absolutely. So Holy Bat is ours.
Oh, you can run up walls also.
Oh yeah.
Very
The
casual.
game never explicitly tells you that you can run up walls, but you can.
It teaches you that you can run up walls.
Yeah, it teaches you by playing. I will admit, on my first casual playthrough, I did not realise until I hit the very end game that you could do that, which meant that some of my platforming was very awkward. But once I was like figured out, I was like, oh wow, that just makes a whole world of difference. And it was definitely why did I not notice that kind of sooner kind of moment? Oh
Is
yeah.
that because you didn't play the beginning of this area where we teach you?
Yeah, I think I just sort of went through to the like the red area straight away and was just like, I'm gonna go there. But yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, like I was saying earlier, you were saying about getting the bow earlier. It's like in the old any % routes, we used to go get the bow earlier because, like you said, it is an incredibly useful tool very early on. But we found ways to sort of get it later without hindering too much. But we do definitely get it before we start hitting the bosses in the any % route.
Okay, now
Yeah,
it's
Yeah.
a very difficult fight. What do I upgrade here? For casual play.
Oh, this fight is very difficult. So this is one of the sort of sub-boss fights. So there's like the major bosses we were talking about earlier. There are a few enemies that we sort of consider sort of sub-bosses, which are more complex enemies. They've got more complex patterns. They might have multiple phases. It just sort of depends. This is one of them, and this is a very tricky fight for a casual playthrough.
Damn.
Of course, this boss was never designed to be done with so few abilities.
Yeah.
I messed up, didn't get all upgrades.
Okay.
I want sorry about that.
Yeah, part of the reason why we want certain level 3 spells, at least when I do this run, is I very much like this, having a level 3 ice for this fight. Because as you can see, he is a big fiery boy.
And funnily enough, when he has fire, he's not weak to ice.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we picked up a second Aven weapon. Seal.
Oh yeah, Seal. Yeah, each of the characters has like 2 additional weapons. Avon has Seal and Whip, and Edda has bow and axe, which I don't believe we get in this run.
No, I skip it.
No, yeah. So yeah, Seal has quite a unique property. Unlike every other weapon, it deals magic damage and not physical damage, which when you're trying to break the blocks, so you see next to our demon friend, he has like a flame and a fist. They're the blocks. So when they're broken, the absorption level goes up from 100 to 200%. So it's very so being able to have like a generic magic break is really, really handy. I'm assuming that's particularly useful in the actual summon fight.
Oh yeah, Seal in summon fight is a godsend. Really.
Yeah, it has a few cool properties that make it pretty invaluable.
Come on.
Oh, come on. Be nice, demon. He doesn't like to play nice sometimes.
Finally absorbing. Yeah, he was blocking our absorption
GG.
with his ends. So that's why it couldn't absorb him.
Yeah. I think I route this slightly different to you because I don't do this fight. I do it.
Yeah, you kill him,
else.
right?
I kill him and take another fight earlier on because, well, to be fair, I'm bad at that fight. I said it casually. I struggled with it casually. It was one of my most challenging fights. And speaking of one of my most challenging fights, that's one of my personal favourites. Not quite yet, but one of my favourites is coming up.
Nice. I mean, that's such a real thing, though. Like, you know, that I think small speedrunning communities are particularly shining examples of. It just like it's very easy to reroute runs in a way that is personally comfortable for you. I feel like, especially in larger communities where there's a lot of people running like bleeding edge strats, it can be there can be a certain amount of pressure to like learn everything. But fun
absolutely.
fact, you are a speedrunner if you try to play the game faster than you did before. That's it. That's the only requirement.
Exactly. And that's always the mentality I've had. I've speedrun in a few different communities, and I've never say I was ever a top tier runner, ever. But it was more going in, learning about the strats, having fun with some people, playing a game I loved. That's speedrunning for me, and it's so important. So as I was saying before, this is my favourite fight that Michael's doing now. This is Halo. I call it Halo or Angel. And yeah, this is another one of the sub-boss fights. But this is like my favourite fight in the whole game.
This is actually, as a fun fact, this is the first boss that was designed for the game.
Really?
This boss was was designed before we even got the financing to develop the game.
Oh, wow.
This was one of the original concepts from our artist.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, this is hands down my favourite fight. Like, regardless of the category, I love fighting this boss.
I think it's my favorite fight too.
Yeah, it's
like
it's one of those
the rhythm is really good.
Yeah, you get into a really nice rhythm with it, and it's one of those if you can accidentally stumble across it quite early, and it can be a bit of a rude awakening. Yeah. But it's a bit of a gatekeeper boss, like casually, but it's once you've got it, once it's sort of it clicks with you. It's such a satisfying fight. It's so it's just, that's the only way I can describe it. It's just very satisfying.
I agree.
Also, that hole which I jumped through, was that intentional? To reach
in the dark area,
dark
there's a
maze.
little.
I don't think so. I was going to say
Please
that. I
don't patch
didn't know
it
you
out.
could do that either.
Please don't patch it out.
No.
I am so bad at this area.
Yeah, dark room movement is like dark movement or blind movement like that is.
Yeah,
I am so bad at it.
Magma.
Any video game that was sick to watch.
When I run this category, I have literally got someone very kindly made a world map of the whole game. So every time I have to do that dark area, I have to have that map next to me so I have any clue where I'm going in it. It's ridiculous. But I am just, I'm like you, Quack. I'm terrible at dark room movements. I don't have the best sense of direction on a regular day when I can see things. So when I have no sort of focus point, I am just absolutely up the creek completely.
1000% same.
Right, so we collected all the 7 triangles. A new door has opened. What could be behind it?
Only the most challenging platforming section in the entire game.
Yeah, it's just Path of Pain.
And that lovely green dragon teddy bear we met before.
Oh, didn't know that one either.
Yeah, again,
Also,
this
these
is another
walls
one of
are
those.
completely useless.
Yeah. Again, this is another area that definitely took me
Wait,
far longer than I cared to.
you can do that.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
Oh, that's a full room respawn? That is devilish.
Yes.
Yeah. It is
There's no
very
checkpoints.
devilish. Yep. Yeah, we do also have a category for just this specific area.
I think it's 30 seconds.
That 30, I want to say it's 36. 36 seconds from top to bottom. From bottom to top, sorry. But yeah, some people have worked out some incredible movement for this section and figured out a few little exploits that are
You can stand on
ridiculously.
this pole on top.
You can stand on the pole. There's ways to abuse sort of Avon's grab ability
Oh yeah, you can also
to sort
phase
of clip through the
those.
death planes. Yeah.
Alright,
It's just,
we reached
there's
the
some
top.
crazy.
Nice.
And who's at the top? Everyone's favorite.
Everyone's favourite.
Green Dragon.
And he is everyone's favourite green dragon. Despite the quite frankly, difficulty of this fight, there isn't a person in the community who dislikes this fight. It's one of those. It's one of those. It's a beautiful challenge, but it's we all. It's one that we all kind of
fights.
relish. Yeah, unlike some fights, which we are not going to talk about.
It's the hallmark of a good super boss.
Yeah.
I also want to ask, as we get into the summon fight here, what's your pace looking like? Because I know your PB is a 51 or 52.
51
not
something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I think. Yeah, it just depends how well this goes. This could be really good. Well, at least I won't have to. At least I will have already be able to verify it because I've watched the run, so that's good. if it PBs,
All right, chat, energy for the PB.
let's go.
Come on.
So,
Got this,
as we
Magma.
said before, obviously, blocks. A summon has a lot of them, and his are randomized, and we don't know what they're going to be. So this is where Seal comes in incredibly clutch. So because it is a magic attack, if it hits summon, if it's any kind of magic, it will automatically show if it's a magic block, and that's massive. So it just makes that sort of randomization a little bit more tolerable when you're trying to fight on very quickly. And
That one I can say it was on purpose. Like we did that.
yeah, I am so grateful that you did. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, okay. Almost didn't charge technique in time.
Ooh, close.
Would have lost a lot of HP at minimum.
Yeah. So, one of the differences that between Magma running this and, say, me running this is Magma has foregone a ability called Guard Impact, which charges up as you take hits from
Yeah, so
from your
someone
enemies.
steals one of us and makes us fight.
Yeah.
But we just disposed of him.
So yeah, here I'd have a Guard Impact charged, ready to do it, but Magma is, quite frankly, a boss and just doesn't need it.
Can you switch? Test switch. Then switch. That was a heal.
Yeah. So someone will occasionally be kind and give you a heal. He will also occasionally not be kind and just absolutely wreck your face with lasers. So we are always appreciative when he gives us a heal. Not that the Magma actually needs it, but oh my god, why do I never get these nice ones?
That's a play. Okay.
It's never nice to me like this.
It's never nice to me as well.
Yo,
Yeah.
the Marathon RNG blessing.
Yeah, definitely RNG blessing. And also it is actually a quicker attack, which is kind of nice. It's only a one stage thing, so it's actually a little bit quicker. Looking good.
Fighting very well.
Yeah.
I read this.
Oh god, I'm watching this like really clenching because like this just being so brave with some of the attacks, and I'm just like, oh my god.
Phase 3. The hardest of them all.
Yeah.
And the strongest attack. You can parry it, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, my button.
Which I didn't know until Magma showed me that it was possible, and I was just like, I just cannot get the timing for it. I am very, very bad. But you can parry it, but it is much easier to just outright dodge it.
Oh yeah, so his heal also heals blocks.
Yeah, so it's really important in this like phase of the fight to get the blocks down.
Man,
Nice. That's pretty good. You're doing okay. You got it.
I'm not risking it.
And obviously they randomize every turn again, which really, really sucks. Nice. So obviously this is part of the reason why we wanted the level 3 spells, because it just takes huge chunks off the blocks. And obviously this fight's gone through a lot of how do I word it, like working through things, trying to figure things out, and why certain things
just
will
gonna
kill,
be
why
an
certain
offset.
things won't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an offset. What? Hold on. Yeah, so he charges up a super attack. Undodgeable insta-kill. But we don't need
Yeah.
There
it.
you go.
And times comes up when... Yeah, so he knocks us out, and times when we absorb it. 3, 2...
Oh, nice. Nice. No flare. Gotta love it. That is
That's a
incredible.
rare in some percent.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That I'm gonna watch for the delay here for the final time, but that is almost certainly world record. Yeah, it looks
Officially,
like
it's
that was.
probably a world record. Unofficially...
It looks like that was a 50-17.
Oh,
50-17 is, yeah.
almost
I
a
think it's better than
50.
your. Yeah. You're saying it's possible. You have been saying it's possible. I am massively behind. I need to get
And
really
we
get a move
unlock
on
an
this.
ability we cannot use because we
Yeah.
need 2 techniques. We don't.
Yeah, we don't have 2
We don't.
techniques.
Oh, no, of course.
But for other categories, like there's a couple of different categories. You might have noticed one of the green leaf pieces was in like this void area. So that's actually the arena. So any enemy you absorb, you can go and refight them. So it's been really, really useful for sort of working out what fights work, what works with fights, and what does what. So yeah, the arena has a thing called the ultimate trial, which is basically every enemy in the game, including summon, in one go. And it's a lot of fun, and there is some crazy people who are insanely good at the combat who can do that.
Namely me.
So yeah.
Was it well?
So I will
GG,
just summon one blue. Green.
incredible
So nice.
run. Before we sign off, Magma, Smale, David, and Esther, if there's any shout outs you want to give, or otherwise let the people know where they can find you and what you're up to on the internet.
I mean,
Esther, I'm leaving that one to you.
Oh yeah, we are mostly everywhere now. We are on TikTok, we are on Instagram, we are on Discord, we are on Blue Sky, we are on Twitter. So yeah, also on Steam, we have a newsletter. So just please follow us and sign up on the newsletter. And yeah, you will keep getting all the information about us and what's coming on next.
And what's going on for us. Hopefully very soon we're going to be able to say something. Hopefully.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to
Exciting.
seeing that. Very exciting.
it's time to shout,
You go, Magma?
shout out our Discord server.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Please come join the Worldless Discord. We're all super chill and lovely. We talk. It's not just about Worldless. We talk about all kinds of things. But yeah, everyone's really lovely, and we just like exploring the game. And like Esther said, we like talking about the lore. We like talking about like people. We've got people who are currently working on some mods, and yeah, there's
There's a
one
new
of which
mod
actually
just
did. Yeah, just
posted.
dropped today. I've just been testing it before, and it's really fun. So I'm wondering if we can put. I'm going to have to ask Lim about it, whether we can. It would work in this category.
I would have to test it myself.
basically-
We can do
Yeah, if we can
But I
do the full
don't
game,
think
and
so.
the mod still works. Yeah, but basically, someone supercharged the super boss fight. So yeah, to
All
make
right,
it
well-
more challenging.
We'll have
So
to look for
basically
modded
any
some of at
TDM,
some
so-
point. Oh,
Yeah,
good.
So yeah, it's fun. They're doing very good work on it. But someone's the only one they've worked on so far, but they are planning to do more. So I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see how this goes. But yeah, so yeah, just come join us in Discord. We're the community to the Discord links on Speedruns Live or SRT. I can't remember what the website is anymore. I'm having a brain moment. Apologies. But yeah, the Discord links are all on the speedrun.com page. There we go. Remembered it eventually. Magma's on Twitch. Sorry, I'm shouting you out on you, even though Magma's on Twitch like a lot, doing runs, doing Ultimate Trial,
stream
doing everything.
very rarely.
Yeah.
I post
streams
more
are,
often
and
on
I'm-
YouTube. Just Magma
Yeah,
Man.
and YouTube. Yeah, and I'm just sort of around. I'm always just around. I'm sort of a little bit here and there and everywhere. So yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go cut that video for you, Magma, and put it on the website.
Perfect. While you do that, thank you so much, Worldless crew. Thank you so much, No Name Studios folks, for coming and hanging out. It was awesome to hear y'all talking about the games that clearly all four of you love so much. We are going to take a quick break. One final celebration in chat for the new 7% world record. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to be back with a classic of the genre. It's going to be some Castlevania Portrait of Ruin, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show that attempts to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. We are in the middle of our Metroidvania episode, fresh off of a world record in Worldless Summon % just before the break if you want to catch that, or catch Worldless's prior run at Frost Fatales 2025, or indeed catch any of our historical speedruns and marathons. Be sure to subscribe to the Games Done Quick YouTube channel for that. But I have it on good authority that we may be continuing that world record energy. For you see, dear viewer, mere moments ago, our next runner posted on Blue Sky saying, I am going to get a Castlevania world record. Like, literally moments ago, in a category that I am excited to learn more about as a Castlevania neophyte myself. So here to run Castlevania Portrait of Ruin Greatest 5 RTA. Please give an OG Metroidvania welcome to Lonely.
All right, hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Lonely. Also, call me Brooke because that is my name. This is going to be the Castlevania Portrait of Ruin Greatest 5 RTA, and I'll explain a little bit more about what that means. Oops, need to do that once we get going. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
So, the Greatest 5 is a special item in this game that you get when you complete the Nest of Evil, which is the optional like super dungeon. I always compare things to Zelda. So, if you're familiar with Zelda, it's like the Savage Labyrinth in Wind Waker, or the Cave of Ordeals in Twilight Princess. It's just like an area where you can fight a bunch of enemies. And it's really hard. You're not supposed to do it until you've played a lot of the game. But coming up, I'm going to do the first skip here, where I have to save and transition the screen while pausing. Good. Oops. That would have crashed the game if I had loaded from there. We're going to give this one more try, and then I'm just going to do the chase.
A good level of game knowledge to know when the game will crash.
Alright, cool. So that was chase skip. Skips the chase. Saves like 20 seconds, but I got it second try, so it didn't save anything. Such is life. So yeah, Greatest 5 RTA is a category I made up when Quacksilver asked me to make up a category for Make Your Own Victory.
And I appreciate you so much. And also, I want to talk to the Castlevania community for a second, because y'all don't have memes. I spent, like, a good amount of time scanning Castlevania boards for categories that do not beat the game. It's all bosses, it's all boss orders, it's all glitch rule sets of characters.
Yeah,
here at Make Your Own Victory, we wonder,
business.
Where are the memes? No, and I'm so thankful, Lonely, that you had this chamber.
So it's time to complain about something to both chat and Quack. I've never finished a run of this category, so regardless of what happens, I've done like a few route practice playthroughs, but never like a full timed run. So no matter what happens here, pretty likely that we will see, maybe not, see some sort of TV or maybe perchance a world record.
You gotta take it, you know, even if it's the easiest world record to get. We gotta live in the hype.
So what am I doing? I'm doing a bunch of glitches to get to the second intended portrait early, which is the Sandy Grave, because I want to fight Astarte. Astarte is a boss in this game, and beating her doesn't unlock the shop, but it unlocks some item, unlocks on my knowledge too. Hold on. We do that because it unlocks a quest that we need to do the infinite money glitch, which lets us buy things from the shop. Need to open this work for later. Also, yeah, Charlotte Jonathan.
So, as a means of context, like what would you say is a normal playtime, casually, to be like engaging with Greatest Five?
Probably like for a blind or for like someone who knows what they're doing but isn't a speedrunner.
I'd be curious in either.
Okay, for blind, I'd say probably like 20 hours. And then maybe cut that in half for someone who's played the game before. I'm not going the right way. That was my 90% muscle memory taking over. What I meant to do... hold on. We need to take a minute to compose ourselves. And by we, I mean me.
I know you've been in multiple Castlevania games, multiple Castlevania runs within those games, because you're running a bid war for GDQ upcoming.
Yes, I'm running... okay, that's your other partner. I'm learning mid-run. That's so exciting. Oh, also, I'm doing something called the Infinite Potion Glitch. In this game, if you place your cursor on a specific part of the screen, you can get infinite potions. It's like a debug feature or something. It was actually patched out of Dominus when the game released, but they patched it back in for us. So thank you, Konami.
Konami patching back in Speed Tech is...
Actually, it was M2. It was M2. Who are the developers of this collection. But they probably had Konami's oversight when they did it. But I got double jump. That's what I'm... This is such a run. I got double jump. That is what I picked up. And here I'm going to do... Or no, not here. Here, I'm going to do a fun glitch. Nobody saw anything. Hold on.
I'm seeing some things on the map screen right now.
Ooh, I crashed the game. Nice. Hold on. Let me get this back open. Sorry about that. I crashed the game again because I loaded the save that had the crashed file. Nice, good one. That's why you don't mash into your games.
So while you file manip, what differentiates Dominus Collection from the original releases of games?
So the big thing for this game is that you don't have a touchscreen, obviously, because it's on PC. So you have to do everything with the pointer and the stick. I move my cursor around. You can see that cursor is in the top left right now. And then I press R2, and that simulates the touchscreen. Slightly faster loads, which changes the timing on a few skips, like that one. know, I meant to do a practice run this morning, but a life thing got in the way of it. So, you know, it is what it is.
We here at Make Your Own Victory endorse living your real, actual human life as well.
So what I'm doing here is a partner jump. If you tap the touchscreen, you can make your partner jump in the air. And if you switch, if you switch at a precise timing, you can do a double jump out of it, even when you don't have double jump. Very useful for getting up to high places. Would you believe that I am good at this game and also doing marathon runs?
I mean, I believe it. something, Dawn of Sorrow, awesome games done quick 2026.
Yeah. These skeletons are very rude. They get in the way. I also ran this game at GDQ this year. Does not feel like it was this year. Feels like a lifetime ago, but
truly.
I ran Richter mode.
So I know you've run a bunch of this and a bunch of Dawn of Sorrow. What's your favorite Castlevania game?
Order of Ecclesia, actually. Both to run and for casual. It's the third DSvania game, Order of Ecclesia.
Nice.
Later, or I guess next year, technically, I want to run the level 1 hard mode category in that game. A really brutal speedrun, as you can imagine. Anyway, this time I am not going to crash the game, and even if I do, I made a close safety save.
All right, chat energy.
I think I can suspend here. Okay, cool. So now we're at the end of the game. That skipped everything. I could go fight the final boss now if I wanted to, but I hear that's illegal on this show, so...
Thank you for understanding.
I will go to speedrun jail if I do that. Instead, I came here for this item, Speed Up, which lets me go fast. And also the barrier blocking off Dracula is just gone because I watched that cutscene. So now I can go fight Dracula whenever I want. Okay, that's one of 2 hard tricks out of the way for the run. So that's good.
Nice. There's also an impeccable energy.
Sorry. Thank you for your energy, chat. 3 hard tricks. There's one in Sandy Grave. I forgot. But that I will be doing shortly. Anyway, Speed Up lets you go really fast. It saves a bunch of time, even in a category that doesn't play the whole game.
It's also just an extreme power move to, like, skip to the very end of the game, pick up 1 item, and then nope out. Like, I enjoy that immensely.
Yeah. I picked up that steel whip just to show you what that was. I know you would have lost sleep if I hadn't done that.
Thank you for your service.
And here's the second of 3 hard OBs. Truth be told, I should probably just not do this one and do the inbounds route, but what fun is that? I think I got it. Might be a little too high. Cool, got it. So I also picked up Strength Boost on my... Oops, I should have put that and that. I also... what am I saying? I picked up... Ocean, save me. Oops. Oops, we're gonna rewind because I would die if that attack for the purposes of a speedrun is basically an insta-kill attack. Okay, nice 14-minute start day.
We're gaming.
Yes, we are definitely gaming this run. Alright, so Astarte, beating that unlocks the quest that lets me get infinite blessed rings, which is going to let me buy some of the most powerful equipment in the game. I warped to the wrong place, just for fun and whimsy. So I really want this. Ooh, nice, an insta-kiss. Right.
Sorry, insta-kiss? Beautiful.
Yeah. So I want to get cursed, because that is how you unlock the Blessed Ring. It's just, the quest is just get cursed, and that gets you a Blessed Ring.
Excellent.
And there's something really broken in this game called Quest Glitch. Basically, in this game, you can quit out of most menus with just the pause button. So by going to the Blessed Ring, receive text, and then quitting out via pause, I also wasn't counting, I think that's 9.
I'll make you a deal.
You can get infinite Blessed Rings.
Thank you.
Seems
And also the
mildly
quest-
useful.
Yeah, they actually patched that on PAL. So if you play on, or not PAL, the DS game, on the European release, so if you play on that version, you cannot do this.
Excellent.
My condolences to all the Europeans out there.
Well done. Well done. I'll make you a deal.
You need to buy a bunch of shurikens and darts, because that is how you level them up.
Excellent.
Also, I cannot actually mash that fast. I didn't feel like mashing, so I used turbo.
Excellent.
Hey, this is 2025 and 2026. It's late enough that I have to say and 2026 now. That's cursed. Is the year we take care of our hands, gamers. We're also going to see this, I am sure, in Metroid Dread later today. But take care of your hands.
Thank you.
Save. Oh, also, saves are way faster on Dominus. You save like a second every save.
Excellent.
So that's nice.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Excellent. Well done.
I mean, that's especially helpful for this rotation.
I'll make you a deal. Thank you. Well done. Excellent. Well done. Excellent.
So yeah, I'm basically just setting up my inventory so I can go do the
Excellent.
Nest of Evil.
Excellent.
Believe it or not, at level whatever we are, we're gonna go do Nest of Evil.
I'll make you a deal. Thank you. Excellent. Well done. Well done. Excellent. Well done.
Chat is memeing on the shop lines. I love
No one
it.
saw that?
Excellent. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, lots of jokes about how you like your steak has been made over the years.
That's good. That's good.
Thank you.
Alright.
I'll make you a deal.
Oh, I didn't actually buy the holy thing. Oh, I also want... In Dawn of Sorrow, the cursor defaults to no on the shop, and in this game it's yes, and it throws me off.
Yeah, how is it for you switching between Castlevania games? Because I imagine there's some overlap in what it's like to play them, but the nuances must be fun to shift back and forth between.
Well, usually I don't grind Dawn of Sorrow for 14 hours and then jump into a Portrait of Ruin marathon run, which is what I did today. So usually it's not too bad to switch. Anyway, this is the final hard OOB. Two, 3, 4. I think that's it. No. I have to load my save. It's fine, I saved before I did the trick.
Are you generally like a glitchier, out of boundsier enjoyer?
Depends on the game. This game I like the glitch runs a little more. But like for Order of Ecclesia, I like glitchless. It's my favorite category. And then I'd say Dawn of Sorrow is like somewhere in between. I like both. It might be too high, but hopefully it works. Nice. Okay, cool.
Nicely done. GG. All the out of boundses.
All the hard ones. There's one left, but it's easy. Famous last words. So now I can go open Nest of Evil. If you played this game before, you would know that the Nest of Evil can only be opened after getting 777% map completion. So you might be wondering how I'm gonna do it with like no map completion. By the way, this game has 10 maps, which is how you can get 777% map completion.
I was gonna say, that sounded high, but sure.
Oh, also, the reason I did that OB earlier was to get in boost, which is extremely important for Nest of Evil. So now we can start Nest of Evil. Yay. There's tech in this game called a banner skip, where if you pause the frame you enter an area with one of those banners, you can move during the banner. But it is not a big deal to miss the banner skip. So the rest of the run is basically just me locking in and trying not to die.
We love a good super hard arena gauntlet.
I will be using rewinds because I already messed up a lot, and I want to respect the time of the showrunner and staff and everyone. But I have done this no rewinds before, and these conditions. Oh, I guess I didn't explain Nest of Evil early, really. Basically, once you've wrapped around the map 4 times, you start unlocking map tiles that you haven't been to yet. Nest of Evil starts off pretty tame.
I don't know. That's
And then there's the
been a lot of
Minotaur
fire on the
room.
screen for pretty tame.
Oh, trust me, it gets way worse. That gray smoke will petrify me, by the way. I need to be careful. Press the holy flame on, please. Press down, please. Ow. I use darts on that guy and dart cancel because he takes 1 damage from everything. Anyway, this is Valor. In the Nest of Evil, you have to fight bosses from Dawn of Sorrow. He has other attacks than this laser. Believe it or not.
I trust it. No, it's very cool to see. I think especially because outside of like the runs that you've done for Fatales in the past, my default Castlevania viewing experience is just like old Symphony of the Night runs, and so it's cool to see a Castlevania run where you don't like one tap everything. Also, I know in some of the Ecclesia stuff you wind up functionally or actually one tapping a lot of bosses.
Yeah. Ecclesia Endgame is a lot of that. But this game does not have nearly as much broken stuff as that game. In terms of like weapons, obviously glitches is a different story. Okay, I was not sure if I opened the warp for some reason, but I did. So that would have been an embarrassing mistake. So because I don't have high mind ups unlocked, I do have to didn't actually get the interest. I just tried deploying armor like it was Dawn of Sorrow. Homie. So infinite potion glitch is basically the reason this category is like possible. Doing this without infinite potions would be ridiculous. Definitely not marathon safe. These Blade Masters are very strong, as are these Cave Trolls. The Cave Trolls are probably the most dangerous enemy in Nest of Evil. Slick Beards. I actually want those. Yeah. Those make me slide faster, so I'll save time on the hallways. It's actually a very rare job. Funny.
Would you say that's never happened? No, I know.
You know, I'd like to think that there's nothing in these games that hasn't happened to me already, but you know, there's surprises around every corner.
That's just tempting fate. In the context of Nest of Evil specifically, do your level ups matter much at all?
Yes, absolutely. The level ups, if I didn't level up during the later parts of the Nest, would be really hard.
Makes
But
sense.
like, I started at like level 5? No, maybe a little higher because I fought a start day. But you can see I'm already level 17. This is everyone's favorite guy, Gergoth. Ooh, that was scary. See, I said Gergoth is everyone's favorite guy, but really women are my favorite guys, so you know.
This is true. true.
That's probably the first and only time I'll ever reference that in a marathon run. Gotta save it for the make your own victory.
Yeah, only the
Greatest 5
primo
RTA.
bits.
Yeah.
Only the primo bits during Greatest 5 RTA.
Charlotte! Jonathan! Charlotte! Jonathan! Charlotte! Jonathan!
One of my practice runs of this, I got, I think 5 tomato drops in this room. Or not tomato, other red thing. Strawberry.
It's like a mildly important distinction.
Yeah. Nice rotten durian. These guys are immune to sub-weapons, so I just have to wail on them with the Holy Claymore. This is where having like good fundamentals really pays off. Good like canceling. Because you have to cancel every swing of the Holy Claymore with a backdash and then
just
a down input.
Oh, it's more than just a backdash. That's sort of like always on movement combat tech. It always gets the best of me in runs.
Yeah, you cancel the weapon with a backdash, and then you cancel the backdash with the down input. This is Zephyr. Like I mentioned earlier, these are all bosses from Dawn of Sorrow. Because these do count as bosses, we do have to fight them in all bosses.
I'll make you a deal.
Which leads to a pretty cool category, if I do say so myself. It's my favorite category in this game, all bosses, no memory corruption. Oh, also, if we want to get technical, this is Greatest 5 no memory corruption RTA. Because you could use memory corruption to make this like a lot faster. But I just didn't want to bother with that for this.
Sure. In brief, what is the portrait? How does memory corruption work?
You
Obviously,
can access
guess.
switched menus, and the most important thing is it gets you practically infinite MP. It also transforms both of your characters into Charlotte, so that's funny. Charlotte is one of the playable characters.
Why do you both become Charlotte?
I don't know. Actually.
It would seem that the game agrees. Women are also Portrait of Ruin's favorite guy.
Yeah. Please don't die. Okay. Whew. That was scary.
Never any doubt.
Yeah, one big difference between this and the Nest of Evil in all bosses is we do not have the Hippogriff, which is like the space jump of this game. Ooh. I did not buy anti-venoms. So we're just gonna have to deal with being poisoned.
How long does poison last in this game?
I don't think it's too long. And I mean, we can just heal infinitely anyway, so.
True.
And I think in this game, no, it does give you a damage buff. It does something different in like every game.
Wait, being poisoned gives you a damage buff?
Yes. Oh, and an int buff, apparently. Or, not buff, sorry, nerf. I'm very tired.
Okay, I was like, no, you're so good. I was like, that is a wild design call.
I was
Let's
like,
go Castlevania.
why are they so surprised by that? And then yeah. Okay, I ate the sugar. Ooh, that was spooky. This sprite is actually very different without Hippogriff, because normally you would do bump on the scaling and do a tech called scaling resets, where it resets your ability to throw shurikens. But we don't have Hippogriff, and it takes like a few minutes to get Hippogriff.
I'll make you a deal.
Anyway, this is going to be the last visit to the shop. Also, I'm going a little over. Sorry about that.
No, you are so fine. Worth it to see the low equip, and also just to see the like marathon performance. You know, being able to deal with the super dungeon on the fly is an important part of speedrunning. Your strats won't always work the way you dream, chat.
The good news is this is 100% guaranteed world record, no matter what. As long as I
And
finish.
that's what's important.
Probably hope we're going to boost. This is a really famous room in Nest of Evil. It's the double creature room. Because there's two creatures. La Creatura, even. Oh, can I get over them, please? Fun fact, if you idle in this room or not idle, but dodge them for long enough, the door will just open. The game says, GG, shake my hand.
Out of curiosity, does Nest of Evil have just like an IL category?
No. That's not like a terrible idea, but it's just not something we've done.
Sure. As we've established, Castlevania, it's all about beating the game in Castlevania. We are lucky.
But it's fine.
We are lucky to have Brooke here to open the door to Castlevania beams.
This is a very scary room. Uh-oh. There's my second death. Okay. Hold on, we're gonna just go back to the start of the room because I fumbled that pretty hard.
It's alright, you got this ending.
Oh, there's my third death. I knew it would be here. Oh, there's the fourth death.
God, these enemies are brutal.
Yeah, the cave trolls hurt, and they can hit you like that. Come on. Sorry about the rewinds.
No, you are so good.
Like I said, I did not get to do as much prep for this as I would have liked. Okay, we're gonna have to... Gosh,
Those
I need
troll
to find a way out of
hitboxes.
this pickle.
Very much live up to their name. Oh my god.
Okay, I think we are mostly in the clear. Ooh, the Peking Duck. That's actually the rare drop.
Is it good?
It's
Like
just a
as a
healing
drop?
item. So kind of useless in a world where you can get infinite potions, but it's fine, I guess.
This is a separate thing. I'm keeping track of, because everyone hates birds, you know, and I feel a little personally offended by this, but consistently in video games, the worst thing are the birds, and so I need a list of games with good birds that we like.
Jonathan!
These Yorick enemies are also quite strong. Thankfully, I'm good and they did not hit me.
Sometimes it's just that easy.
These Ripper enemies are destroying me in Dawn of Sorrow in my grind right now. I guess I referenced that like twice. I'm not streaming it because I don't stream, but I'm currently grinding for the Thoma All Bosses NMC World Record in Dawn of Sorrow. And it's basically like the hardest thing ever because I have to get lucky and get a bunch of drops. And then fight this guy. I tried to space jump and that did not happen. I have to heal carefully here. Okay, cool.
Chat helpfully listing games with good birds. Shoutouts to DuckTales.
Yeah.
I'll make you a deal. Thank you.
Speed up!
Alright, so this is the last visit to the shop for real, for real. I forgot there was one.
Jonathan!
Pro tip to anyone who wants to be on GDQ Hotfix: sleep the night before your run.
This is true. Again,
It's not required, but it's greatly recommended.
it's highly recommended that you take care of your actual human life. Video games are cool, however. Hades 2 has a good bird. This is true. Keep them coming.
Oh, this is everyone's favorite room, the old axe armor room.
I have to say, just the enemy design variety in the Castlevania games is wild to me.
Yeah, they were cooking with these DS games.
It's like an aesthetic that you don't really see in a lot of contemporary Metroidvanias. Like, there's a lot to be said for a very like cohesive or minimalist aesthetic. Like, obviously, Worldless, the last game we had on, is like beautiful. But sometimes it's fun to just see robots and angels and succubi and weird skeleton gremlins and all this stuff. Cave trolls.
Okay, now we get to the second to last boss in Nestor Evil. Not a boss in Dawn of Sorrow. This is the fake CV3 trio. Grant, Sypha, and Trevor. These are the characters you play as in Castlevania 3 for the NES. I would like to get out of the corner. Yeah. So there's kind of a weird quirk in this game where even though you have 4 shurikens that you shoot out, sometimes you can hit with 5 or 6 if you hit multiple enemies at the same time. And that was kind of going on there with Sypha and Trevor. Sypha. We are coming up on the final boss of Nestor Evil. But first I got some ramen noodles.
Important.
There is no save here. This is a work. The save is the one down there. Good one. So we're coming up on time shortly. I'll be honest, when I gave the estimate for this, I had zero clue what to give, so sorry that I went way over.
You are all good. It's, again, we're glad to be able to see the, like, handling of the crash. Sometimes that's how runs be, especially glitch runs. Like,
yeah.
Shout out to glitch runners.
Ourselves. And time will be in 3, 2, 1, time.
3, 2. We're gonna wait for the delay for a sec to get the final time, because I have it on good authority. This will be a world record, yes?
Yeah, this is world record. Fastest anyone has ever gotten greatest 5. Ignore that this was actually slower than the all bosses with memory corruption world record. But, you know.
Okay, you know, you said no memory corruption. It looks like a 4703 world record greatest 5 RTA.
Yeah, there's your world record in greatest 5 RTA. Actually, fun fact, I'm pretty sure... yeah, you need 250 MP to cast greatest 5, and I only have 220, so I can't actually cast it. Oh well. That's
so funny. That's actually the second game in a row where that's the case, because in some % in Worldless, you also get an upgrade that you can't use. That's accidental awesome. Sub-theme.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on here and engineering a Castlevania meme in a genre that is resilient to it. I would not want to have put this show on without one of the genre namers. So please, if you've got any shout outs or else, let the people know who you are, where you're at on the internet, and what you're up to.
Yeah, I'm Lonely, also known as Brooke. My YouTube, where I upload all my speedruns, is Brooke Speedruns. I'm Lonely RTA on Blue Sky and Twitter. Don't follow me on Twitter. I tweet about like HoloLens stand stuff. Follow me on Blue Sky if you want the speedrun posts. I'm running at GDQ this year. I'm going to be playing not this game, but Dawn of Sorrow, like was mentioned earlier. The Soma versus Julius All Bosses NMC bid war. I'm really excited. I'm putting in a ton of work to make sure it's a great showcase, unlike this run. Shouts to Crack for having me, and shouts to everyone for watching and chilling. Yeah, peace.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Make some noise one more time for the world record greatest 5 RTA. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be keeping the Vania side of the Metroidvania action going, because when we return, we are going to get some Lone Fungus Melody of Spores, a game that came out last month, and I'm very excited to make its GDQ channel debut. So stick around for that, and I'll see you there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. We are in the Castlevania side of our Metroidvania showcase for the anniversary of Make Your Own Victory, and we are going to move into a game that came out last month from a franchise very near and dear to my heart. I love indie Metroidvanias, in case that wasn't extremely obvious. And if you also love indie Metroidvanias, or indeed there is any video game that you love that you would love to not beat on this channel, we are accepting hotfix submissions for the winter season. If you've got a run you'd love to showcase on the channel, please send it our way at gdq.gg/submit/hotfix, or you can type !submit in the chat for more details. I am always on the prowl for new and interesting games, and one such new and interesting game, near to my heart, full of little guys that we are going to see for you all today. It's Lone Fungus Melody of Spores, all companions, run by Zonk.
All right, wait.
Yep.
Hello. Hello, I'm here. I'm sorry if that was a long pause. I did not.
You're all good, Zonk.
Sure we were ready. Yeah, here it I'm going to be running Lone Fungus Melody of Spores. I'm going to be running all companions, which is a save file in which I get the many little guys. If you see this little guy who's following me, we're getting all those ones. There are 6 of them here. That's the goal of the run. Some of them are pretty easy to get, available really early game. Some of them are locked behind a late game ability plus 5 minutes of extra movement. But all in all, it's a fun run. So yeah, let's get going. And time will start when I select the Explorer difficulty, which is the easiest difficulty. Gives us a little bit less boss HP, so we go a little faster. So yeah, let's count down in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
And immediately, here's Greenius Capius, a very important character to the game. We're gonna save quit, reload. He is now dead.
God, the fact that was preserved from Lone Fungus 1, where you also just like quit out right at the start, and it's even funnier this time, is beautiful.
Yes, it's quite incredible. Just like hopefully the fact that this game introduces a character named Greenius Capius at the start and then immediately kills him off within like that's the tutorial, only takes like a minute. Within like the first minute of gameplay should give you an idea of what the vibes of this game overall are. So now we're just talking to get the main quest of the game, which we will have to progress a decent bit of. But first, this just gives us our whip, so we can now attack. This game has 8 directional whip combat, which personally I really enjoy. I've never played any of the Castlevania games that had a directional whip combat, but I hear they're very good. You can also see us doing a little bit of movement tech here that I kind of have mixed feelings about, but you can press the opposite direction while in the middle of a dash and that will refresh your dash, sort of. It's not like super spammable, but it just lets you dash a little bit quicker. So on like long straightaways, I'll be doing that.
It is a little bit reminiscent of like Castlevania backdashing almost. And it like you can see the DNA.
Yeah, this game definitely very inspired by Castlevania games. Here, these are our save points, which we'll actually not be using for their save point purposes most of the time, because on Explorer difficulty, you actually respawn on a room. You respawn in the room you died, but we will be using them as teleport points because those are that's their secondary function. You have to pay a little bit of money. And here we're already getting our first ability. This is the Fung Fu kick. Again, that's what kind of game this is.
Extremely serious aesthetic.
We're gonna have to kill a few enemies off screen. Oh, no, that one made it on screen. And now it's gonna tutorialize Fung Fu and we're gonna quit. This will be a common theme with basically every ability pickup in this run. You can just quit out as soon as it gives you the ability in the tutorial. But we can use it to bounce off of those blue flowers and also enemies, which we will use a couple times during this run. Very nice ability to have. You can see me bounce off that enemy. That's just for a little bit of speed here. We're gonna do it to get up to this chest early. We need a lot of money very early in this run, because we need to buy a 450 gold costs key to access a collectible that we will need. Oh, this is a little skip. A collectible that we will need for one of the companions. So you're supposed to not be here right now. We get a little bit more money in Duncan Spikes and do the skip again. You're supposed to need double jump for this, but you can kind of just jump and use that little kind of pogo ability. It'll tell us that this was unreachable, despite the fact that we are literally coming from the opposite side of it. And yeah, it's kind of we're getting a lot of things early on in this run. That is a, oh, hello? Okay. That is a fragment of an upgrade. I forget exactly what they're called in this game. Let's just take this safety. But we collect 3 of them and then we get a stat boost, which will help us deal a little more damage. It does take quite a while to pick those up. So I'm actually kind of unsure if it's optimal in this category, even though there are 3 of them that are literally at our feet. But, you know, it's fun to get upgrades. We deal more damage. We're gonna be cool and not use the platforms. And we are gonna pick up our damage for this run, our actual damage, which is this axe. This is there's a ton of different equipment in this game, but this axe is one of the first ones you get access to, and it's also one of the most powerful because it can multi-hit enemies. And if there is one thing I love in my Metroidvanias, it is special attacks that can multi-hit. They're just some of the coolest tech in speedruns for fighting things. As we'll already see, it deals 16 damage, which is twice as much as our base. And you can see you can hit it like that. That one was kind of just for swag, but you can hit it and it will go in another direction, and that allows you to hit enemies multiple times with it. It costs a little bit of MP, which is the blue bar. I'm gonna take this to refresh my MP. But yeah, so we're making our way through a couple of arenas to get our first movement. You can also see me, using it before the enemies appear. That also just helps us get out damage better in arenas. And we have the whip hook, which lets us do that. Very cool ability. We need 5 of these collectibles. These are ladybugs. This is a ladybug room. Man, there's collectibles. They tend to be in these kind of tricky little platforming rooms. A great little part of Lone Fungus 1. Glad they are back here. We need 5 of them.
How many ladybugs total in LF2?
There are 10 total. And at 5, you get a companion. And at 10, you get a relic, I believe. So right under here is the shop where we are going to buy our key, but we don't have enough money yet. So we're instead going to spend a little bit of money to unlock that save point, which will allow us to warp back here in a minute once we do have enough money.
And I believe this is where I am told to remind you to buy the key and to not mash and buy something other than the key.
Yes, that is the one way I could brick this run. So we're going to try not to do that, and we're going to very carefully progress that Mushrooms dialogue. All right, here's a skip. I have like a 30% success rate at this skip. I got hit the wrong way. This is so sad. That's as far as I know RNG. But that would just save a little bit of time later. We're going to have to go backtrack to pick up that, which is the parry ability up there. I usually just go for that skip once because I don't know a setup from the closer room transition. I only know a setup from the bottom room transition.
I mean, that makes sense. That's very, very early days of speedrun routing. It's like, this skip saves a little bit. Let's see what its implementation looks like.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the early days of speedrunning because I get to just vibe and figure out stuff. So if we had gotten that ability, we could quit directly out from this ability if we'd gotten the parry with that skip. But instead, we're just going to have to do this tiny little tutorial section. This is basically the entirety of the time that that skip saves. Mostly this little pop-up.
Hey, time save is time save.
Yep. And now we're going to go back here. We can now climb these walls because we picked up that ability. We're going to try not to die. Great, we have our parry. Let's just equip it now so don't forget. And now we save quit. And I have 489.
Don't mash.
We're gonna very carefully mash through the dialogue. There we go, we have the key. All right. I don't think the run can be bricked now. We can still chain die to bosses. I mean, I could always figure out, well, there's another key that but to be honest, I haven't gotten it in a long time, so it would be an adventure. So here's where we use the key.
Oh yeah, you weren't kidding about these upgrades being literally right at your feet.
Yes, no, they are directly at our feet. We walk over literally 3 of them. It's perfect. This is another ladybug. Again, I estimate that getting the key and going here, you also get some bonus money, is faster than going out of the way for some of the other ladybugs, most of which are in really annoying to reach places. You really just kind of get the the 4 fast ones and then that one. And then the other 4 all, like, all their 5 all suck.
Makes sense for optional collectibles.
I was thinking when I was trying to come up with some good, fun category, meme category, whatever, don't beat the game categories for this game. I was also thinking about all ladybugs, but ultimately you just have to do like every optional area all the way to the end. So it's kind of rough.
You think it'll still wind up being a decent category over the course of the game's lifespan?
I do. It's not the best one for me to start with a couple weeks after the game comes out.
Fair.
So here's our first boss. Not the first boss that the game expects you to fight, but you can see us using this. I think we're... Oh, nice. We got the good cycle. If I was like 1 second slower there, Putch would have gotten a shield, and it would have lost like 5 seconds by me having to break that shield, but we got it. Yeah, so you hope you can see me using those axe double hits. There are some later bosses that you can even triple hit. We talked to that statue, quit out. We now have an air dash. No, sorry, this is not the air dash. This is the double jump. And now we're going to take a very important detour for some sunglasses.
Extremely serious video game.
Because you see, so the most important companion in this run, the one that we will be using for, like, actually the intended purpose of the companions, which is to have them follow around to give you little bonuses, is Pierre. And Pierre is a pear who is being bullied by the other pears in his pear tree. And that's very sad. So we give him sunglasses, and then he suddenly becomes like super cool looking, and all the other pears are like, whoa. And then he joins us because we made him cool.
Fun fact, chat, this works in real life too.
This is true. We get another little bonus ability by progressing the story there. And now we're going to go and say hi to Pierre and get our first companion.
If you give your friends sunglasses, they will become cool.
Yes. All right, here's the pear tree. And behold! Truly a beautiful animation.
Not the screen flash for it. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful. So now we're going to equip Pierre. Pierre will be following us for the rest of the entire run. And we're going to continue on this way. Thank you. Okay, here is our third, directly at our feet, ability pickup. We're gonna upgrade Finesse, which you've seen us do once already. Finesse upgrades the damage of your equipment, which is the axe in this case, not our main attack. That was not what I meant to do. It's fine. There's another quick ladybug. By 25% per level of finesse, which is kind of a ridiculously huge buff. It used to be even worse in early access, and then it was briefly like way less, and now it's good again. And the reason we're using Pierre as our companion, let me take this little safety as well, is because Pierre will buff our finesse by a random amount.
Like, how often does that randomize?
as far as I can tell, it's like every few seconds.
Incredible.
So sometimes the bosses will just go much quicker than others. That's just how this game goes. We just picked up a teddy bear. We're gonna give it to this little mushroom here. And now this guy's here and is gonna beat us up. And we're gonna hopefully... There we go. I just kind of damage tanked there. And now that we've both given the teddy bear and defeated the evil goose, I don't even know what that thing's supposed to be.
It's always a bird. A bird is always the problem. Video games, please.
Okay. Oh yeah, you can parry spikes in this game. By the way, that's a nice handy little tip. So try not to die here. It's not, okay, we died. It's not very bad to die here because we respawn at the beginning of the room. This is gonna lose us like 10 seconds or whatever. This room's really annoying. I don't like it. Okay.
Yeah, that like really cramped downward movement. Also extremely present in Lone Fungus 1. It's nice, in scare quotes, to see that it is making its return.
Yeah. This is also a really hard room. I call this spider room, because it has all these spiders and they are really annoying and they deal a lot of damage. So if I didn't die earlier in that room, I probably would have died in this room. All right. Gotta upgrade this. Don't forget to do that. And we are going to face our next boss, who is the second member of the Fung Gang, Morker. We'll fight 3 out of the 3 out of the 4 members of this. Let's not try not to die here. All right, there we go.
Nice.
And after every boss, we get another upgrade. So now our axe will deal even more damage. And we are in Fungalia, where we can gain another ability, progress the main quest, and gain another companion, who will be our second companion of the run. Fortunately, I just wait out all these cycles.
So from that boss fight, can you talk a little bit about the like armor system in this game?
Oh yeah. So you might notice that I have armor and health at the top. I have that green 10 out of 10, which is my health, and then the armor, that's not what you do. The armor is that little orange bar next to it. So armor is like health too. It works a little bit differently. That's unfortunate.
Were you magnetized
These are a little janky.
To that crusher? Yeah, dang.
So the let's see if I can not die in this arena. But armor basically reduces. Armor takes the damage first before health, and there we go, nice. And also reduces the damage you would take by 1. So it's a nice buffer. It doesn't matter too much usually because there are items in this game that can heal you, which is like very nice for normal gameplay, and we don't pick up any of them in the speedrun because that's slow. So armor is just better health in this case. But there's like a kind of neat little trade-off, and there's some items that synergize with armor. So it's a cool little mechanic that's gone through a lot of interesting development, and I like where it's landed on now. Here is the Spirit Beast, who is plot relevant or something. Important to the main quest. Oh no, we died.
And sing it with me, chat. If you've heard this one before, you can tell it's a Metroidvania because you fall off a bridge.
True. Very important. We've got this feather, which is completely unimportant as far as I know, and doesn't change anything. But we do get this ability, which is the air dash. And that will most importantly let us get our next companion. Although first we're going to take another detour for a ladybug. Something that's important. Here's Biggie. There's all these, like most of these ladybugs have like a random little guy from the Parkourers Guild at them.
I'm sorry, I think you breezed past the existence of a Parkourers Guild far too quickly.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, there's a Parkourers Guild. Well, we'll get to say hi to them later. Because they're going to give us our companion for getting all those ladybugs. Yeah, there's a Parkourers Guild. They're all about collecting these ladybugs. They're really bad at it, though, that none of them have ever collected a single ladybug, and we go out and collect all of them. Okay. This is a really annoying arena.
Yeah, that's some messed up freeze
There's a
frames
bit
on
of
the
spikes in the
hazard.
middle.
Yeah.
But it's fine. Well, we'll see. Hopefully it's fine. This guy is really annoying. When these guys get shields, you have to break them with the Fung Fu kick. Here's Cog, our second companion. Cog will repair your armor for you, and is, as far as I know, kind of a fan favorite companion because of that. It's really just really good for like survivability when you're exploring and during boss fights. We're not going to use it because, you know, that sounds like defense and this is a speed run. But Cog is very cool. More of those like armor synergies that we were talking about.
Chat chiming in with many important opinions on the Parkourers Guild. Shoutouts to they should have a guild. Worker solidarity is important, even if the work is parkour.
True. It's very important. Here's this interesting item, which is a key, important for the story, but also important to get to an area where there is a companion. Speaking of areas which this is a companion, this is an entirely optional area, the Wildwoods. It's pretty cool. There's like a whole big boss in here. There's a lot of stuff. There's these guys which explode. There's also a companion here.
It's just right there.
It's right there. We picked up a repair kit earlier. There's a whole bunch of repair kits in this game that can repair various structures. That's Sweetums. That's all we're going to do in this area. Go play this game if you want to find out what's in that area. Yeah, there's a lot of cool little optional content in this game. So I'm hoping that there will be even, and obviously I'm getting to showcase quite a bit of it now, but hoping that there will be even more cool little categories. The quest of the prophecy has advanced, which means now we can open this door. Very important, because it lets us fight Rod Hat, which I'm pronouncing wrong, I'm sure, because that's Swedish. the Red Hat is the nice member of the fun gang who the rest of the gang tricks into having. They say the other guys in the fun gang say that we said that she smells like flowers or something, and that she finds that very offensive. As a fungus, of course.
This is the best narrative in video games.
Truly. Let's try not to die here. Broadhead is actually quite a difficult boss. All right, nice. And then we apologize, and she's actually like, actually, I don't like the fun gang really very much. I want to be your friend. And we say yes, because of course we want to be her friend. And that's the last we'll see of her for now. But you know, I'm like 10 gold short right now. Hold up while I just like beat up this enemy for a second. Okay, that should be enough, I think.
Yeah, really? You're gonna stay off by 1?
There we go. That's enough. That's the first time that's ever happened in this run.
So I'm sorry. You gotta phrase it. You gotta phrase it the right way. Would you say that that's never happened before, son?
Yes. I'm sorry. That has, in fact, never happened before.
We got our 1, gamers. We gotta stay true to the quota. I obviously it's fake and doesn't count because so many people like come onto this show with like completely made up categories, but it is important to me that I think we have averaged 1 that's never happened before per episode of the show.
That's awesome. Even if that's never happened before is me having to waste 10 seconds killing 1 enemy. Okay, this is perhaps the most annoying room in the entire run. So let's try to like beat it. Okay, there we go.
Nice.
Those bubbles. I hate those bubbles. This room is also pretty annoying. This whole split's kind of, downward movement. That's not the right direction. We'll see that guy in a little bit. That is actually the direction we want to go. But there are some waterfalls that are just like kind of barely blocking our way. It might be possible to get across them. But we haven't figured that out yet. So instead we're gonna go over here, do a quick arena, and get a boat pass so that we can travel across that water. Honestly, as you can see, our copious amounts of finesse are making this arena quite trivial. We are just one-shotting everything with this axe, not even double hitting. I
love the game telling you that the barrier is weird.
Yeah, it's a weird barrier. I don't know what's up with that. All right. Now we are at this other town. We're going to talk to Gregador, who we're going to tell him we're looking for something about the spirit beast and flute of peace and whatnot. I don't know what all that is. I just want this boat pass that he's going to give us because I want to get across that boat. It's return to shrine here. So now we say hi to the fairy mush. And take a little nice boat ride. Isn't this relaxing?
It's lovely ambiance. I love that Pierre is just chilling.
Yeah, Pierre's just vibing. That was a little bit early.
It's all of these falls, like.
Yeah, I know. This game has a lot of like kind of memorize-y movement where you really got, and like the parry, like I could be making so much better use of the parry. I'm gonna heal here because right before a boss. Maybe my favorite boss, Lord Hopsalot.
That is a good name for a character.
It's a very good name. You know, I know that you are a fan of a different frog boss, Quack, but oh, okay, we're dead. That's fine.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
How much damage does that frog do?
Yeah, so I mean, we haven't exactly upgraded our health at all. This is a late game boss at this point. So we're gonna just try to get our MP back a little bit there and parry things. We are not getting very good PR RNG this fight. So, oh, we missed that. Okay.
Nice.
That's fine. Lord Hopsalot down. This is the boss that is most like totally there's got to be a way to skip it. Because the ability here we use for exactly one room in the game, and it's a room that if we could just get like 2 inches higher, we could just skip. But for now, we're getting the boss. This would also save like a ton of time in any percent and everything, but like, who cares about that? So yeah, now we can hit these platforms. That's all that ability does. We will never use it again. Oh, that's
infuriating.
Hello? What?
Video game?
We're just gonna safety death here. I think the game was counting me as like landed on those bubbles. It's fine. All right. I don't like these bubbles. They behave strangely. And what I also don't like is the boss that we're about to fight. Once we get through these crystal rooms movement. I do like these crystal rooms though.
This is a great aesthetic.
Good aesthetic and like really fun movement too. I haven't gotten like super good at it, but these are some fun enemies to dodge, and the slopes. I enjoy the slopes in this game. This is not the right direction. I need to go right here. It's another. All right, we're gonna heal here just for safety. This boss. So most bosses in this game are actually really consistent. As in, like, they have their attack patterns basically predetermined consistent. This boss is RNG hell. So we're gonna hope. Okay, that's a good attack. Good attacks. There are a couple of them. That's not one of them.
Oh yeah, that's some damage.
The worst. That attack on the left side is the worst one, because if you get stuck there, you take 2 hits, even through parries, and it's really bad. If that attack's on the right side, though, there's a little safe zone, and it's fine. Oh my god, okay.
All right.
So this is
the worm takes one.
Glimmer Maw. So yeah, as far as I can tell, other than the boss can't do the same attack twice in a row, this boss's attacks are just completely random. And you can also see these bad attacks where we can just basically not get any damage in, because the boss just kind of goes there and then leaves. Okay, that's a good attack though. On the good attacks, we can get in 2 double hit axes though. So that's what we're hoping for. All right, so now I get to showcase the nice safe spot for the bite attack on that side. Okay, now we know. Oh no, but it's bite attack on this side, so it's different. Okay, we only took 1 damage at least. Now we are out of... That was generous parry. This game's parry works in very weird ways sometimes. All right, I have the MP. Whenever this boss will decide to give me an attack I could use it on. Okay, come on. I just don't die.
No, the overdash.
Yeah, so this is both the choke point and the RNG awful point of the run. And unfortunately, this is in like literally every category because the ability we're gonna get after beating this boss is the water breathing ability. There's really no way around that ability for like any category that wants to do anything that's not like strictly early game. Oh my God. Please. Okay, this is a bad.
Nah, lock it.
The
You
side
got
was
this.
correct. All right. We can do this. I can do this. It's all right.
Chad is cheering you on. Chad is also saying Jerry 2.0 in reference to the worst boss in Lone Fungus 1.
True. Literally. Okay. Well, I took a hit there, but I also got a lot of damage in. I get something here? Oh. All I need is a good attack here. Okay, all I need is an attack here. Not that one.
Nice.
Thank God, okay.
First try, every try.
First try. Now, so to be fair, until yesterday, I had literally never had a run that didn't die to this boss. Oh, and we get to take armor here, because that was the last boss. And now it's just a bunch of movement. And armor is nice for not dying to movement. And we are going to start by remembering where to go. Oh, okay. So actually, in this particular run, we're not dumb. This ability actually has one more use, which is this particular ladybug. That's our last ladybug. And that's pretty convenient only if you have that ability, which you do need as far as we know right now. But so I have to ask a question. Who here loves water movement in video games?
I suspect there will not be. I'm going to go out on a wild limb and guess there will not be
Are
that
you ready
many takers.
for 5 minutes of water movement?
They really hit a companion at the bottom of the ocean, huh?
They sure did. This is probably 50% of the water movement in the entire game. There really isn't that much water movement in this game, but you can't dash one underwater. You can jump. You can attack, which I'm using to die to these mines, apparently. If you parry, this is like half the reason I pick up parry, by the way. It's not required. It's very nice for boss fights, and it's also very nice for this, because otherwise you need to wait for the explosions, which takes forever. Or you damage tank. Or you, like, attack them from a particular spot at range, but no. Anyway, so this companion is hidden behind 3 separate levers, which are each behind their own oh my God. Each behind their own gauntlet of water movement. If you ever touch any of these spikes, you go back to the beginning of the room. This is true for all of these water rooms. And yeah, we're just gonna be chilling and having a good time. So that's one lever.
Oh, I see. Wow, they really put, like, Ender Lily's Verboten Domain underwater. That's brutal.
Yup. This sure is a thing that is in this game.
I do love the music shift though when you go underwater.
Yes,
Like it's so easy.
there's some
It's such
very
a
nice
classic
touches.
of the genre, but it makes me happy every single time.
So I can parry the spikes. So
So at least you don't like die.
at least I don't die.
That's so funny.
Parry in this game is very fun. Almost got through there.
Yeah, Parry seems like
we're quite cycle locked for most of this, but
Parry seems like super generous in this game as well.
yes, I gave so much feedback on the parry windows in this game during early access. Because it used to be a lot worse. And it's still not implemented in the way that I suggested, but to be fair, the way I suggested was a lot more work. So it's like a very basic parry implementation where it is literally just an iframes button, but it's a really generous iframes button now. The issue before was basically you would hit parry, and for like half of the boss attacks, the boss attack would just linger on for longer on screen than your parry lasted, so you'd just get hit anyway.
Oh yeah.
And now that is mostly not true.
Glimmermaw gets a special exception because every video game needs a boss that no one likes.
Yes, Glimmermaw gets a hitbox that just stays on screen for 3 years because,
No, chat saying we do love a generous parry system, and we also do love supportive devs. Like if there's one thing I can give you in the Metroidvanias episode, and indeed the indie Metroidvanias in the Metroidvanias episode, it's find a dev who loves their community and offer to do nice things for them.
Yes, Basti certainly is that dev. So this is the last of the 3 levers we're going towards now. Yeah. Oh, a thing I should also note about the parry is it's also very nice that it's a generous parry because it takes up one of your equipment slots. And I have 2 equipment slots. That's all the equipment slots you get. You can use them for these powerful damaging tools like the axe. You can use them for things like the parry that are defensive. You can use them for healing items. So I would say for most people's casual playthrough, you're going to have a healing item and a damaging item, probably. So the parry does mean you're giving up one of those slots. So it's a kind of neat trade-off to have this pretty powerful iframes button. But we're actually coming up on the end of the run because we're going to get the last 2 companions pretty rapid fire after this. But here's the one we worked so hard to get. Say hi to Shelly.
Hi, Shelly.
Who has lovely eyelashes. And now we're going to teleport right back here. Remember that like child who we gave a teddy bear earlier? Well, they're going to give us fertilizer now. That's important.
I'm sorry, we're going on a gardening subplot? Are we Stardew Valley now?
We are going on a gardening... Sure, it's a subplot. It'll take about 10 seconds. Anyway, we're just gonna, establish the lore of the Parkourers Guild pretty fast. Greencap, of course, doesn't know what a ladybug is, despite having collected 5 of them already. We've joined the Parkourers Guild. Awesome. We've brought them 5 ladybugs. One of them is talking to us. That's a good thing, I think. There's another companion.
Well, we'll try to eat the nearest projectile. Wait, that seems like it might be busted casually.
Yeah, Lala's pretty cool. So yes, we can also say hi to Gobip and Biggie, who we saw earlier, and Blabo. Anyway, okay, We have one last companion left. And if you know anything about Lone Fungus 1, you might be able to guess what this companion is.
I'm so glad he's the last companion of the run.
I'll use a fertilizer I got on this berry here. Whoop. Whoa. Hi, I'm Barry. Are you my mama? Not really.
Not really is a
mama?
wild thing to say.
Yeah, I guess I could. Awesome. I'll join you then. And there's Barry, and that's time. That's it. We got all the companions.
Incredible. That's beautiful and perfect. Awesome, I'll join you then. I'm so glad Barry Lone Fungus 1 is the end. And I'm looking at the delay here. It looks like, yeah, just a wee bit under the original estimate. A casual 46:48.
Yeah, I mean, that's still 5 minutes slower than my PB at this point. But,
wait, you PB'd again? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I PB'd last night. I got a 41.
Oh, that's what it's like to run games within the first month of release, gamers. Sometimes you look at an hour on the clock and are like, simply no way, no how that happens. No, thank you so much for showing off this game. I love this franchise, and I know you have been putting in absolute work with this in between like this and at least 2 other Metroidvanias, question mark.
Yeah. Yeah, I run a few Metroidvanias sometimes.
Yeah. But speaking of running a few Metroidvanias sometimes, if you want to go ahead, if you've got shout outs you'd like to give or otherwise, let the people know where you are on the internet and what you're up to.
Yeah, I mean, I occasionally stream on Twitch at ZonkMasterX, and also occasionally post on my gaming YouTube at ZonkSR/TAS. I don't do those things very often. You can mostly find me in various Metroidvania speedrunning discords, where I will be routing the newest random weird categories like this one, and also occasionally any percent if it's a particularly interesting any percent. Yeah, but that's I mean that's me. Shout outs to the Lone Fungus and Lone Fungus 2 speedrunning communities. Y'all are very cool. And I hope to explore some more of this game with you all because they really haven't. I've only scratched the surface of it in the first little bit of this game being out.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Well,
thanks so much for having me.
Make some noise one more time for all companions in Lone Fungus Melody of Spores. We are going to be keeping the Metroidvania showcase here at Make Your Own Victory going. When we come back from the break, a gem you might have missed from a couple years ago, asking the question, what if Metroidvania, but also Spectacle Fighter? When we come back, it's going to be some Vernal Edge, so please stick around. I'll see you there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. We are rounding the corner going into the back half of our Metroidvania episode, and I am delighted to share, I think, a hidden gem from the last couple of years in the indie Metroidvania space, bravely asking the question, what if Devil May Cry in my Metroidvania? Routed and run by someone who has put some of the most work of anyone I have ever seen into exploiting to the absolute max maximum the mechanics that such a game might imply. So here to run the much speculated about rage bait RTA category in Vernal Edge, please welcome to the stage Scorned Lily. Hello.
It's okay. So Vernal Edge, basic gist of the game. Vernal in the bottom right hates her father. Her father's kind of a deadbeat dad. And her goal is to take revenge on him. But in today's run, we're taking revenge on artists. So the main goal of Rage Bait RTA is that there is an artist in the second town of the game, right after the midpoint of the game, that you can stand in front of, who asks you nicely to move out of the way. Instead of being nice, we rage bait the artist by standing in front of him until he finally says, okay, you asked for it, and explodes us, instantly killing us. So this run's entire goal is to get past that midpoint, which is defeating Astro Emiria, a girl with a hammer, reloading the town after going through some required story beats, and then interacting with that artist. Functionally, this is essentially the first half of any percent, which is my favorite part of the run. Lots of crazy tech I've discovered over the past 2 years, mainly by myself, but also shout-outs to everybody who initially found tech near the start of the game in the Vernal Edge Discord. I'm very thankful for y'all. They found it before me. I'm just the one who has optimized the living crap out of this game, functionally by myself. But I'd like to shout out Doorhome for also finding a route once and taking the world record from me. That's GOAT. And yeah, I am ready to start when you guys are start.
Go ahead, give us a countdown.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. My bad. I forgot.
You're all good.
Okay, so first things first. Text in this game, if you bind skip text and menu confirm on the same key, you skip text instantly. So from the get-go, frame 1, there's movement tech. We're going to hold down, and we're going to attack, and that's going to be a heel slide cancel. We're going to do an air charge forward attack, and then use our taunt button to cancel the attack before it starts giving us a lot of speed. For reference, it's about almost 250% faster than walking normally. So we're going to be using this basically everywhere we can. There are some caveats to it. Mainly, you have to make sure you're in the air for the cancel to work. If you do it on the ground, or you land on the ground while doing it, you will get a grounded taunt, which is no good. Hit the fireball. Okay, let's block this fireball. We're going to do this charge forward taunt cancel tech. And then we're going to start this arena. You might have seen a blue orb on there. That is poise. Until the poise is broken, enemies do not flinch from attacks. You can break this poise through doing a full air combo, charge attacks, and some of the pulse attacks. The pulse attack is the meter, or the circular meter on the top left of the screen. You fill this by attacking enemies with your sword, and you can expend it in order to do powerful attacks that also heal you. A lot of the damage routing in this game revolves around that. We do a neutral charge attack, mess up the combo, but do an alternate route. Ideally, we want to do the grounded down pulse attack, which is like, it's functionally similar to Billion Stabs from like Dante. And yeah, we just got the dash ability. Lets us dash through projectiles. We're going to clear these projectiles before going into this fight. That's something I found literally like 30 minutes ago.
Incredible.
A lot of speedrunning comes down to experimentation, and boy, am I one experimenter here. So this is also a very integral movement tech. Basically, when the game loads a new room in for like around half a second, I have to say, your actions get like canceled for some reason, and this includes dashing. Dashing has a very high speed, but then it tapers off. But we can just, if we jump in the air and then do a dash, it will retain that speed. We call that a load dash. Not to be confused with a load tab, which is a low optimized tool assisted demonstration. Someday I'll do one of those for that. We use the barrage spell there.
Have you played around with task tools for this game?
I've tried, but unfortunately, this is a Game Maker Studio game that's compiled in Yo-Yo compiler. So basically, all the DLLs are integrated to the exe file, and because of that, it doesn't work with libtasks. So, anyways, I forgot to explain, but that bat enemy, I knocked it, or I broke its poise by doing. Oh, actually, I don't even need to get the chest. I have enough money to buy this ability here. I used the barrage spell to saw in the air, which kept it in the knockback state, which is one of the ways we can break poise on enemies. And it lets us group those two bats together and kill them pretty fast. What we just got there, or in this little shopping trip, is the aerial charge up attack and battle frenzy. I'm going to equip battle frenzy right now before I forget. Aerial up charge attack lets us perform minor sequence breaks due to gaining extra height. So this is our Borutham. This is personally my favorite early game part of the run. Lots of small little tricks, but no major skips. And also we have pretty relatively limited combat during this part. So it's honestly really fun to optimize this because of our limited tools. We're going to use the aerial down charge attack to instantly break poise and also do hit multiple enemies with it. It's probably the fastest form of burst damage we have. That doesn't have basically any startup. We at Vernal Edge Speedrunning do not like hydraulics, so we skip using those pipes whenever because they are slower than just finding another way through it. Somebody mentioned in chat earlier that it's not a real Metroidvania unless you got a bridge that breaks. Normally, this is due to faulty engineering making the bridge break unintentionally, but Vernal hates bridges, fun fact. I talked to Matt Vernal Edge himself, and he said, yeah. Normally, this is a whole parkour course, or times parkour course. Say that 5 times really fast. You get Herbicide there, which is actually a pretty broken item because it lets you do something functionally similar to punch guard shenanigans in Undertale, where you can overlap cutscenes together and gain early control. But we don't really see that a lot in this run because we skip most of the instances of that being a thing. Okay, so we're going to intentionally destroy the bridge rather than have it be destroyed because of other things.
GG, successfully a Metroidvania.
The pulse sword will mark enemies for pulse sword attacks, but we can recall the sword back, which makes us go back to the first couple hits of our ground combo. The third and fourth hits of the combo are really low damage, so we don't really want those. We're going to use the up attack, or up pulse attack there to group these bats and boulder guy together. And yeah, we're coming up to our second major ability of the game, Air Step. This is, if you play DMC, this is exactly like Air Step in those games where you can jump onto enemies, but it also functions as this game's wall jump. There is some tech with it, but it's mainly I don't really see a lot of use for it in at least any percent. In 100%, there is an ability that lets you apply a slow effect to enemies when you air step them. So now we're on our way to get a key. This game really likes keys, fun fact.
Makes sense. It's interesting because like the Metroidvania bits there's a bunch of self-contained islands in this game. So it's an interesting like balance between levels themselves and a fully interconnected Metroidvania that they play with in some interesting ways over the course of the story. But yeah, it makes sense that there's a lot of keys on like islands and stuff.
To me, this is almost like they went almost like a Kingdom Hearts 2 type of progression where there's some major abilities that you unlock on the islands, but you don't necessarily have to get one before the other. But at least in this case, it's faster. It's fastest to get air step first, and then the other major ability, ground slam or stomp for short. So we are now in the Kinstone room. That's what these things are called in the game's files. Fun fact.
You're also asking the major question of, is Kingdom Hearts 2 a Metroidvania? I am the wrong person to answer this as someone who's never played the Kingdom Hearts series, but I definitely know people who should weigh in on this.
Some people might say it's not. It's definitely towing the line. It's like genre anarchist. Okay, so we're going to try to do a early control. If we herbicide and then activate, when you try to use herbicide, you can drink it. This normally basically insta-kills you, but we can use that prompt to gain early control and move around during cutscenes. Okay, so we're approaching the first boss of the game. The Corrupt Knight gets corrupted of that thing. We're going to start with the barrage because he's all the way over there. He's going to walk very slowly towards us. He normally does a little dive kick. Okay, we have broken his poise, and now we're going to kill him in one combo. Just like that.
Nice.
You're able to do this in Vicious, which has like 40% less damage than Easy. So that's the end of Arboretum. I think I said Arboretum. It's actually Arboretum. We're going back into the first town again. I think this is called Rosales. And we're going to do a lot of the charge forward, cancel techs. Didn't get the swag tech. Oh, I never explained the slope double jump thing. So basically, if you, for some reason, slopes let you jump twice in really short succession. We did that in that really long hallway in our Arboretum to skip a pretty relatively long arena and also just move through the room faster. So we just got the air block ability. So this game was not designed with a double jump in mind. Like, that is an explicit thing the devs have said. The air block, if you input a jump around a couple frames after doing it, it gives you a double jump. This is functionally like if you were grounded. And using that, we can entirely break the progression of certain islands, like here. This is Fungal Mines. Lone Fungus reference?
Lone Fungus reference. Good, good Metroidvanias also have something to do with mushrooms.
Yeah, this game
in my
loves
humble
mushrooms.
opinion.
You may have saw me using my pulse sword there to mark an enemy far away from the main enemy that I was attacking. You can, it's just like a damage rounding thing. I messed up the air block double jump there. A thing that makes these techs really easy is that you can bind multiple actions to the same key. So I have a key that does jump and block at the same time. I think you could pretty easily do this tech without, like, binding multiple key actions to the same key, but it makes it just really makes it free rather than like 99 cents. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we're going to do some movement here, and we're going to get low-key the most broken ability in the game combat-wise, Ground Slam. This lets us do stomps, which lets us break those platforms. That's cool. That charge forward cancel movement there actually lets us skip having to do a much slower version where we have to wall jump and then use the ground charge or the air up charge attack. Okay. So this is stomp landing storage. We're going to stomp, get the landing part if these bats move out of the way. Okay, that's... We're going to dash while holding back into the slope. And the combination of that activates the slide because sliding requires you land from a stomp. And dashes remove your ability to fall while you're doing it. And the holding back part gives you a weird slide that lets you change directions in midair during a slide, which is normally not possible. And because of that, you can entirely skip the second half of Fungal Mines. You do not have to go all the way to the second generator lever, and you do not have to do the elevator fight. We're going to do another one of these here to get a very good spell called Spire. Old runs used to use Time Bomb, but this is just functionally better because it takes way less mana, and thus you can use more of it during your MP. Like, it uses less MP, so you can use it around like 4 times rather than the 2 that Time Bomb has, and it has a much faster activation. Okay, we're going to do this.
Yeah, I think the last time I was like actively super closely following the Vernal Edge speedruns was in the era of like you and Dorhome trading world records, and I remember hearing, like, watching the discussion about how busted Time Bomb was, so seeing it straight up replaced is very cool.
Okay. This is a pretty weird wave to like route damage for, because these guys are pretty tanky and they have 3 poise bars, so they take a while to like get them like poise broken. Okay, we don't need to save to refill our mana. This wave is unique in that this is our second instance of a Mantis enemy. The Mantis are kind of annoying enemies because their slash attacks have variable lengths. This is an exploding skeleton, also known as a handsome.
As a handsome? That's hysterical.
I mean, have you seen him? That's a handsome
green is a good
dude right
color. Green is a good color on most people.
A weird thing about the ground pulse attack is that it's dependent on what side Vernal is considered to be on, like what direction she's slashing in. And if you're not on the right side, you can just entirely miss chaining all the enemies together. That's a Reaper enemy. They have, I think, the most amount of attacks that a regular enemy has. But this is easy, so the DPS is really high. Okay, so we're going to Spire, Battle Frenzy, Charge Attack. We're going to use the Slide Attack for some extra damage. This is 3 birds and 1 boulder. We can basically just chain everything together here and gain a lot of pulse. The gang's all here. Okay, this is 2 shield guys and one of the... I forget what these guys are called. I think they're like runners or something. They're funky little guys. Their main thing is that they have a charge attack. And that attack's really annoying to deal with because sometimes they just fly across the screen to like charge it up. The handsomes also do this. That's an axe guy. They're in higher difficulties. They're pretty scary, but Vernal is a damage machine in this category. This is Rook. We were supposed to fight some catboy named Saffron, but he was a liar, pants on fire. The song's low-key kind of sick.
Yeah, no, the entire like boss, I was just rediscovering the OST like the other day. I forgot how hard most of the boss tunes in this game go.
So we just performed an infinite. That's basically the main gist of all bosses post. I never explained the mini slash tech. Whoops. You can use your stomp to cancel the first hit of the air combo. And you can do up to 4 if you do a taunt in between those air combos. And it's probably the fastest way of obtaining pulse in this game. Minus, I think deflection is the name of it, the parry that you can buy in the first town. Normally this would be like, why do anything else, but like, okay, let's mess that up. That's okay. That's just like a couple seconds, not life ending. We're doing a run back through Abandoned Lab 2. There's like some weird unreality storm because her dad's being sus.
That really is the sort of plot and background of this game. I will say, we're definitely not going to see it because it's at the very end of any percent, but the final boss monologue in this game, which is one of the only voice-acted pieces of this game, is something that I still quote regularly.
I sacrificed everything. My wife, my child, my closest friends. You wouldn't let that be in vain, would you?
Would you? It's so funny every time.
He also doesn't even know how to pronounce his daughter's name right. He says Vernal instead of Vernal.
He's not a good dude, but this isn't about him. This is about rage baiting an artist into exploding us with their mind.
So there's a whole cutscene here about opening that rift there with her sword, because that's the main purpose of her sword, is to open those rifts in reality, but we skip it by jumping over the trigger. There's like a fail-safe trigger past it for some reason. This arena right here, we've entered the midpoint, by the way, of the run, which is basically like the end game for Rage Bait RTA. Since Vernal won't be alive much longer. Ominous foreshadowing. Oh, buddy, why did you land up there? Surprisingly, that little, like, round wave attack activate. Battle Frenzy. We want to activate Battle Frenzy pretty early once we have Spire, because we want to be, like, out of MP recharge once we get to an arena. Messing up the movement here a little, but that's okay. So we got a very long kinstone here.
God, yeah, I remember these like Kidstone Unreality arenas messing me up casually.
Oh yeah, the vicious ones are crazy hard. I can't lie. We're going to use the air block double jump here to skip having to land.
And something that you haven't mentioned yet is I noticed with Battle Frenzy up, as you hit the Kidstone in, you are actively damaging Vernal down to 1 HP.
Yeah, it's okay though, because vicious, or not vicious, easy, that's the word. Easy healing is like super duper buff, so just like one pulse attack, which you're going to be doing anyways, will heal you up to full. We're also going to activate Battle Frenzy here. We're going to hit the save point to instantly refill our mana. Very good casual abilities up here for anybody who ends up buying this game, called Justice. It's basically KH2 Reflect, but a bit more balance. So this is a mage. They're pretty annoying because they can heal themselves. But it's okay. He is dead for life. And now we're approaching the final boss of this category. Her mom. Just kidding. It's Alceromeria with her big old hammer. Alceromeria is damageable during this very sick boss intro little graphic that plays. Okay, we got the unblockable sweep. Alceromeria is not killable in this fight, so we're basically just wanting to route our damage to where we get around this 40% of the health bar mark. Okay. Girl, grab me, please. Okay, she should be grabbing me anytime soon. I said anytime soon. There we go.
There it is.
So she's like, oh, you're so pathetic. Oh, and then Vernal gets rage baited into learning how to do the bloom attack, which shouldn't be possible for a human, but you know, she's special. She's the Shonen Pro tag. So anyways, we're now in town 2 and we are approaching the end of the run. I'm going to try to see, after we break this storm marker here, if we can get the coveted early control in the airship. We did not. That's okay. If we did, that would save like 30 seconds or so, because we could just get to the front of the island really fast, get the story beat, and then do the... Wait. I tried doing a really optimal strat there where you do the slope landing storage flight to get up there, but unfortunately I'm too precise and I managed to wall jump off that slope. I didn't need to go up here. Actually, that might be a little bit faster because you don't get air deceleration up there compared to the downwards one where you have to jump off the ground multiple times. We're not going to get the early control. We're going to turn right back around. Time is coming up soon, by the way. We are one room away from rage baiting an artist. The whole goal of this run. He's just trying to draw some debris, but we're going to poke the bear and then time.
Incredible. Returned to the earth. GG. I want to see what that's at on the RTA timer. Obviously, you got one up in front of you here. That looks like a 26:27 RTA.
So once you come back here... His attack is so damaging that it spans timelines. For reference, this game isn't like Hollow Knight or Dark Souls or anything like that where the world's in a continuous state. Your save points are like save points. So this is persisting through save point or reloads. It's probably one of the funniest Easter eggs in this game.
Is that the only thing that persists across like saves like that in this game?
It's one of the like intentional things. There is some shenanigans with quick loading I found, but yeah, this is the one thing that persists through loads. It's really, really funny.
Amazing.
So
yeah, thank you so much, Scorlily. GG, rage baiting an artist into exploding you. If you've got any shout outs, please give those, and also let the people know who you are, where you're at on the internet, and what you're up to.
Okay, I'm going to shout out the devs of Vernal Edge for making this very amazing game. It is like $17 on Steam.
It's on sale for $4 right now.
Oh, it's actually on sale for $4 right now. This is
at least it was as of last night. Someone will check me on this, I am sure.
It's a hot deal for a very good game. If you ever played Pseudo Regalia, you have seen some of Matt's 3D level design, and you've heard some of Plus W Plus's compositions in that game. Plus W Plus composed for this game. Really good musician, in my opinion. I would like to shout out the Vernal Edge Discord, the people who have supported me during these 2 years of me breaking this game apart. I know more than the devs now. Oh, it's on sale for $340 right now until the 18th.
Less than $4.
Shouts myself. Follow me on Twitter at LilyGlizzard. And yeah, soon I will be attempting to get sub 1 hour in full any percent. This run's actually really good practice for the first half. And yeah.
Incredible. We're going to be seeing Quacksilver Plays with some Haiku the Robot to reflect on 1 whole year of running Make Your Own Victory for you all. So I will see you myself very soon.
Heck yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. We have just 2 runs left in our Metroidvania spectacular, but also, as this is the 1-year anniversary of Make Your Own Victory, I hope to be able to catch your ear for the next 25 minutes or so to reflect a little bit on this show, this show conceit, and running silly things in video games, and the speedrun community as well. And with that, share a speedrun category, a non-beat the game speedrun category that is deeply meaningful to me, and I think emblematic of a lot of these things that I've been thinking about over the past year. So without further ado, to be formal about it, here to run Memorial in Haiku the Robot, it's Quacksilver. No, hi friends. I am also joined for this run by my longtime friend and Haiku enjoyer, Dragon Nix.
Hello, everyone. Love Haiku, love meme runs, and love Miss Silver over here.
Hey, thanks. So this is a short category to see a secret dev room in the game that actually this is a brickable speedrun because the dev added this room and gated it behind the speedrunning requirement. I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the run. But I literally need to make it to this room in less than 22 minutes and change in-game time, or else it won't open. So if this goes horribly wrong, oops. But with that, we'll go ahead and get started here in 3, 2, 1, go. Haiku the Robot is a solo dev indie Metroidvania by Mr. Morris Games, the love of my life, one of the only people who likes Dr. Pepper as much as I do, and a fantastic game dev. In it, we play as a robot named Haiku. The ordinary plot of this game is like your standard Metroidvania thing. You need to find 3 MacGuffins in order to unlock a spot where you can cure the virus that's been plaguing the world. We've all played Metroidvanias. We know how it goes. I am, at the start of this run, going to die instantly because my first save point, actually, is a little bit further ahead of me than, like, it's faster to just die to reach the checkpoint. I swear to God, if I... Okay.
Oh my, good save there. Using the iframes to get through that enemy. You can just lose your enemy.
Yeah. So there is actually a trick in the like bleeding edge of Haiku speedruns that lets you skip picking up the heal. We just call it the haha funny. But it means that you don't have a heal for the entirety of the game. It like actually reroutes your early game in its entirety. But for marathon's sake, I would like the ability to not die, especially since the run is brickable.
Yes. And that wrench is going to come in handy in movement as well. We already saw Quack do it once previously, but there is a heal slide in this game where if you attack the wall behind you and then start using your wrench, Haiku will move across the room faster than the walking speed.
Yeah, I'm gonna focus on the tech for this boss fight because it's randomly very precise, and then we'll start actually reflecting. This is Garbage Magnet. Is a very like locked in attack cycle. Okay, we hit the first part because it's phase 2 does different attacks depending on how fast you kill him in phase 1, and there's even a glitch where you can accidentally load both of his attack patterns at the same time, and it becomes like almost undodgeable, and it's a really great way to reset your runs very early on in the game. So this is a long heal slide. To say a little bit more about the heal slide, actually, because it's a great segue. Thank you, Nix. Originally, when this game came out, the heal slide was a soft lock. Like, you would get the movement, but it would lock your controls forever. And so an early runner of this game actually reached out to Mr. Morris and was like, hey, this tech is very cool. Is there any chance it can not brick the run? And he was like, yeah, absolutely. And just, like, force the game to give you control back in this state. One of the coolest things about doing this show, you know, we've even in this very episode where we've had like 2 made-up categories for this show on so far today, is being able to engage with devs. I love indie games so much. I actually missed a little bit of tech there. It's fine. I love indie games so much. I love indie devs and small teams so much, and it is like a highlight and an honor to be able to bring that to everyone. You know, don't get me wrong, the top end, the most popular video games, they're more Zelda memes than you can shake a stick at, and they will always be fun and funny. Shoutouts to my jump off the watchtower and die enjoyers. But there is something beautiful about being able to like showcase complete mastery over something that like there are 10 sickos who just absolutely love this video game. Don't hit me, thank you.
Avoiding bulbs is a good thing.
Yeah, this upcoming room, not this next one, is called Bulbs Drop. It is a reference, I'm not sorry. That's fine.
At least you're not on 1 HP here.
Yeah.
These bulbs have love to, just like that, just to demonstrate it, love to hit into you, and if you're going down that room in 1 HP, chances are you'll die.
Yeah, if you're going as fast as possible, it's a pure blind drop, and so it's just like, well, guess I'll die. Also very fun. So this is actually a little bit of relevant tech. In this game, Haiku gets iframes for 4 seconds whenever he takes damage on a hazard. They stack infinitely and don't reset on death, and when Haiku is invulnerable this way, he is off the collision layer that spawns in bosses, so you can just walk through their arenas without doing the fight. That skips the worst boss in the game.
Yep. Goodbye, car battery. Car battery was such an annoying boss. Like, that glitch was found so insanely early, but even immediately before it was found that you could skip car battery because of the iframe stacking, everyone was like, this is the worst boss in the game. This is the worst boss in the run. Any percent will be so much more fun if car battery wasn't here. And guess what?
Yeah, and that was found by a runner named Isog, a runner generally named Isog, who does not run this game, found it in his casual playthrough, posted it, made every speedrunner's life better, and then dipped. It was absolutely beautiful.
Shoutouts to Isog. Another fun thing about Haiku speedruns in general is your routing of your money, because you use your money both to heal yourself as well as to purchase things in this game. And luckily for us, there's also items that can essentially be sold for all of the money you would ever need to complete any percent in most other categories, except right here. This clock requires 1 scrap. If you're missing 1 scrap, you gotta go kill an enemy on your way to make sure you get that clock open.
Yeah, and unfortunately it does require speedrunners to do math, because every time Haiku heals, that's fine. Every time Haiku heals, each individual crank of the wrench, deducts 3 scrap. And so you want to track your scrap early, because if you have a multiple of 3 scrap, it changes some of the room movement you want to do, just so that there's no chance that you accidentally heal yourself to empty while doing heal slides.
It's all rather fun and funny. I love having to check my scrap for whether it's a multiple of 3.
Yeah. But so, yeah, with regards to not beating the game, right? I got into speedrunning. I have told this story in a couple of venues, and it's a little embarrassing, but chat, you're gonna be nice to me, so it's fine. The reason I'm a speedrunner at all, and the reason I am hanging out with you today in any capacity, is because of Super Mario Odyssey Nipple Percent, the speedrun where you put Mario in his boxer shorts. I found speedrunning in shortly before the pandemic times with the quest for sub-hour in Super Mario Odyssey, and very much enjoyed it as a spectator. But the sheer absurdity of a 5-minute speedrun to make Mario take his shirt off was so funny that it got me to actually pick up the video game and play. And so it has been the honor and privilege of my life to be able to bring that ethos and that energy, don't jump before the heel slide, Quack, to you all month after month with some incredibly silly speedruns, as well as to showcase some very, very serious, very, very optimized speedruns. The very first episode of this show, we had Elden Ring defeat Consort Glitchless, the brand new DLC super boss in that game, and partial categories of RPGs, and I think it is a testament to the will of the speedrunning community to find so many cool and creative endpoints, and I have to count here, so 1 sec.
So while Quack is counting, this is Buzzsaw. This is basically the last boss that we're really going to have to fight in this category. And a lot of the combat in Haiku is mostly focused on making sure you're slashing up or slashing down, because that's faster than slashing across. Don't ask me why. And also, Buzzsaw is a boss with multiple phases. A lot of bosses in this game have multiple phases. And depending on how many times you hit a boss in one phase can impact how long the next phase is going to be. And I don't know those exact numbers, especially not on the latest patch, so I would count along with Quack if I knew. But yeah, it doesn't matter, she got it.
Buzzsaw has a very long, very invulnerable attack in phase 2 that if you phase it too early, you need an absurd number of critical hits in order to be able to skip that attack, but it's completely free if you wait a little bit to phase and faster to do so.
I like that you did the trick to take damage to those saws underneath, even though those hitboxes don't exist on this patch.
Listen, it's fine. You can stand in a tunnel. It used to be a way to die earlier. It's not a way to die earlier anymore. It's fine.
It's okay, now we're a ball. And the fun thing about being a ball is we move faster and are able to bounce off of corners, which is so jank, but some people really know how to control it well. Quack being one of those people.
Yeah, the like corner correction in this game. Thank you, Bulbs. I'm gonna
They're
wait
not even
this
aggroed
second.
yet.
Don't remind me that that's in my future. Thank you. So we're gonna go for an early control here. You can basically roll. I don't think I got it. Oh no, I did. You can roll off the dais there to skip the animation of. And you actually have a hitbox, so I need to be worried. It's fine. We're dying in a second anyway. You can get early control there, roll off the dais to skip the animation of like getting the heat sealant, which is our various suit. Saves like 5 to 10 seconds. This is also Bulb Hive, who is legally a boss.
You know what? I think she is a boss because I died to her this morning in my quick run of this category. But all she does is make little bulbs come out of her, and that's it. But she is a full, percent or 2%, however much bosses are in this game. So yeah, she is a boss.
Full 1%. Legally a boss.
So now, abusing a little bit of iframes, even though you couldn't get the full from 4 HP, to just avoid some things early in Burner here, which is nice.
Yeah, and that corner boost there is more precise than it looks to sneak out from taking damage to the oven, which exists in this game. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food of out hot ruin the speedrun?
Yes, correct.
That one also can be in like 3 different locations, and some of them can be very mean.
Yeah, the ovens are definitely one of my least favorite common enemies in this game. Though we're about to enter an area, well, not right now, but the next area is going to have my least favorite common enemy in the game. We'll fear it when it comes.
Yeah, and I need to be very careful here not to brick the speedrun the other way.
Please do not brick the speedrun.
Yeah, I'm going to really try. All right, we did not hit up, and so the speedrun is saved. And we glitched that hook out of existence, and I'm not totally sure how, but it's fine. So
I don't think that's ever happened before.
It's true. We got one. We got another one for me. You can equip chips at a bench or at a save point, but without saving. But so I can die and go to a previous location, which I want to do in just a second here. If I accidentally saved there, I would have had to walk all the way back out of the sunken wastes.
And that wouldn't have been good for a speedrun that you like not only want to do quickly to stay on schedule, but have to do quickly in order for the room to be open that ends the run.
Yeah. But yeah, with Blink, Blink is a short-range teleport. This game's collision is typically extremely robust. There are exactly 2 places in the entire game where it's not, and pretty much every Haiku speedrun abuses both of them. This is one of them. That's supposed to be a one-way transition, but no, it's not, and now we have bombs.
Yay! I like when our little robot gets a little bit of firepower.
Yeah, we'll get to the other one very close to the end of the run. Wait, I want to heat refresh here because this is current patch. So in the release patch of the game, you could get sort of glitchy heat refreshes, which is Haiku's like ability cooldown system in the top left there, on a bunch of rooms that you can't get on the current patch. And we need to run this category on current patch because that's the only the only patch where the memorial exists because it was patched in. But so you can cheat the like heat refreshes by entering and exiting a hot room.
I have a question from not the audience, not from chat, but from me.
Yeah.
Why are we fighting Electron?
You know, because this is the first bit of the any % run, and we muscle memoried our way into it, and I'm here now.
Okay, Electrode is one of the bosses that you need to fight to beat the game, but otherwise doesn't have a lot of use. This will upgrade your sword at least. This is current patch, so that's
Hey
nice.
Ray, can I update my estimate? I accidentally fought an entire extra boss in my practice run.
Hey, at least you didn't go to Neutron. Like, don't go to Neutron on accident, Quack.
We love Make Your Own Victory so much. Oh my god, that's so embarrassing. It's fine.
I'm sorry to call attention to it, but I even explicitly reran this to remember that you didn't need to fight
We're
Electron.
so fine. No, this is the beauty of this show, is that the ethos of just having fun in your favorite video games is everything to me. It is everything to me, and also I am like so grateful that there are so many people that exhibit that ethos while also being extremely skilled at video games. Like, I think the thing for me that I think solidified like, oh, this is gonna be a wacky and a good concept was we had Super Paper Mario All Pixels being run several months ago by Castle, who is on a full leaderboard sweep of Super Paper Mario, like going for a record in every main board category, of which All Pixels counts despite not beating the game, which shout outs to the Super Paper Mario community for making that decision. I don't want to get trolled here. So we're gonna go a little safe and take this bench.
Yeah. Because we killed legally a boss bulb hive, all of the light bulbs in the game hate us because we killed their mom / possibly home. I don't really know what bulb hive is. So because of that, all of the light bulbs hate us now, so traveling up to that main save point is annoying.
Fun fact, you can hit the lasers. Don't worry about it. It does actually refresh our heat, so because I accidentally misbombed there and overheated early, in order to be able to do this movement, I wanted to make sure that I could cool down, because this movement is sick, and I wanted to show it off.
Oh, nice. This is sick. Wow.
Nice. That's
you
the
did
full
that. Wow.
Any percent
I do this
movement.
part the baby way. Yeah.
And this is the second and final blink abuse here. This wall has some, you're not supposed to be able to blink through the lever gates, but this wall has a little bit of wall above the lever gate. And so we can do that. Time is actually coming up here.
Yeah, it is.
In just a second. We're going to see if I have successfully done this, and then we're going to get emotional for a second.
Yep.
That's time. This category was added to the Haiku the Robot SRC page. Oh, wow. Because very early on, one of our earliest routers, runners, and community members in the Haiku and as well as the Hollow Knight communities, which you'll hear more about from me tomorrow, passed away very suddenly of heat stroke. They were very young, and this dev room was added, excuse me, by Mr. Morris in order to memorialize them. And the unlock condition for being able to actually see this dev room is to beat Shy's any percentile. We're good. We're good. I love speedrunning so much. It has changed my life in innumerable ways, and that has very, very little to do with the video games themselves, and it has absolutely everything to do with the people that make this hobby as special and as wonderful as it is. What was the final time on that? Am I way under? Am I?
1752.
Okay, I want to show one other thing super, super quick. because I can't end on that note.
Are you gonna do what I think you're gonna do?
I am going. There are two things that legally could qualify as a memorial in this game. And if we've got the fair bit of extra time, and I don't want to die here, but I am going to show off both of them. But yeah, Nix, while I maneuver to this, if there's anyone you want to shout out.
Shout outs to everyone who makes speedrunning communities so wonderful. There's so many people that are always sharing tech, people who are always sharing advice, people who are kind to people like me who are casual speedrunners is how I'd like to call it. Quack has definitely been one of those people for me, both when I first started speedrunning my first speed game of Hollow Knight, but also Haiku the Robot when it first came out. I love this game. I love the people who make our communities great. So shout outs to Quack, people like her. And people who are shy, who have done a lot of development for the game outside of just routing and stuff. Every time I open the Haiku live split, I see Haiku auto splitter developed by Yarlik and Shy. The reminder of them every time I run this game. So a lot of great people out there. I know a lot of people like that probably in the chat watching. You know who you are, and you also know the people like that in your speedrunning communities, even if, they're not communities I've ever touched, or I don't know those people, but you sure do. So.
All right, I got a little bit.
The people we meet.
I got a little bit trolled showing this off. That's on emotions, I think.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I can yap enough to fill a gap.
All right, so
just don't die to surface coming down here.
No, we're so fine. So the second memorial in this game was a Kickstarter. This is a Kickstarter room where you could add your own messages, and this is the funniest piece of text in any video game because we did it and it's out. This is me, I'm Quack. I'm gonna try and find a way to segue into something. It's segue into showrunner personality again because we're going to conclude very, very strong with the trope namer itself. We're going to be looking at Metroid. When we get back from the break, Manager is going to be bringing this episode home with Metroid Dread. If you're here in any capacity, if you are speedrunning video games, if you are finding enjoyment in them, thank you. I'll see you soon.
Thank you all.
Where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. We are about to get into our final run of our 1-year anniversary Metroidvania bonanza. No relation to Donkey Kong. We have seen so many wonderful games. It's been an honor to show off a ton of indie games, as well as, of course, our iconic genre namers, but a lot of smaller communities. And we'd also love to extend the offer to you to join our community, the GDQ community in general. If you join the official Games Done Quick Discord, there is a hotfix enjoyer role you can get that will get you updates for all of our weekly schedules and alerted when our live broadcasts start. You can also chat with staff and our wonderful mod team that help make these shows possible. You can use !Discord in the chat to find out a little bit more about that. I said it before when running, communities like this are everything to me, and I hope you'll consider joining our fun little one. But without any further ado, there was only ever one way we were going to close out a Metroidvania showcase. And it's with the franchise that has been consistently responsible for pushing the envelope in this genre to the point that it is unambiguously half of it. And I know we're all very excited about Metroid Prime 4, at least if you're me, but I have loved the Dread speedrun since the game came out. And seeing this gem of a speedrun on the leaderboards made me know that this was how we were going to end our anniversary. Here to run max percent Kraid in Metroid Dread, please welcome to the stage, Manager.
Hello everyone, I'm Manager and I will be running Metroid Dread to close out this hotfix. I'll be running max percent Kraid, which is basically defeating Kraid with as many items as possible. And with me are my two beloved commentators, if they would like to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm May. I made this category and I run this game.
Hi, I'm Jay and I only run this game. I didn't make this category.
All right, well, I think we're ready for a countdown if you would like to do the honors.
Ready for a countdown?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to count down from 5. And when I say go, go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right, so I'm just going to explain a couple things in general about the Metroid Dread speedrun. There are a few optimizations that we are going to do all the time. One of them is meleeing off ledges to skip other ledges. One of them is sliding off ledges, as you saw there. One of them is quick rising. Quick rising is much faster than the alternative, which is called clambering. And just in general, you want to stay on the ground as much as possible because you travel faster on the ground than you do in the air.
Also get a peek of one of this game's cool mechanics. You can parry the enemies with your melee here. Makes them drop a ton of health and ammo. Very useful.
All right, Manny's coming up on the climb here. The climb is a very good fingerprint of a runner's ability in this game. There's lots of different mechanics that they have to utilize in order to make that go fast.
Really about optimizing all the frames there. And our first missile tank. We'll be getting a lot of those.
Here's our first Emmy, which is the broken Emmy, which we affectionately call Elaine.
That's good. It's important to have names for like community names for everything.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. I like calling it Proto personally.
Here we are. We have the Omega cannon, but not the Omega stream. We're gonna blow up the Emmy's head with the Omega cannon. And there we go. Generally, with Emmys, what you want to do is, the main thing to note about it is that if you get caught, you have 2 chances to parry. If you miss both chances, it's game over. But what you have to do in order to defeat all Emmys except the broken Emmy is you have to find the central unit that is controlling each Emmy in order to disable it. Then you have to bust the faceplate with the Omega stream and then fire an Omega shot to destroy it. The first 2 Emmys are forced encounters, including this one. You'll see I call it forced because you either have to reach a certain point, which Manny is going to reach, or you have to parry in order to get the doors unlocked.
Yeah, the doors will just be locked. Yeah, the doors will be locked until the Emmy loses aggro on you, and in this case, the Emmy's head's a little too big to fit through here, so we just gotta wait for it to leave us alone.
Here we go. We are coming up on the second of 4 Adam encounters. We'll be skipping the rest of them because we don't like to talk to Adam.
Yeah, he kind of wastes our time a little bit. He's just trying to be helpful, but we don't have time for that. It's a speed run. Every time you enter an Adam room, the game will lock the doors, but we have ways to get around that, which we'll discuss a little later on. And in this semi zone, we have a little bit of RNG, because the Emmy can spawn in a couple different places. And oh, that's the bad spawn, so you have to wait for it to climb down there. It saw Manny there, but that's not really going to be an issue because it's not quick enough to catch us.
Yeah, and the Emmys in general use a variant of what's called A-star pathfinding. This is very common in video games. So it's a variant of A-star pathfinding that is adapted for platformers. So often, like when the ME can't reach you, and it's not intended that the ME can't reach you, you'll get a lot of lag because it's trying to find you, but it can't locate you. It's scanning the hole everywhere it has access to. So,
luckily, we don't end up triggering that at all in this category, but there are other categories that can trigger that. It's very unfortunate.
So as we have the category creator with us, how did max percent Kraid come to be?
Well, real quick, this trick, I want to explain this first. You can bonk your head on that little slope there and melee to cancel out some of your horizontal momentum and climb up that ledge there to skip lowering a platform. Yeah, the category. So the thing with Metroid Dread is a lot of the categories in this game kind of follow really similar pathing, especially in the early game. And I thought that was boring, so I started thinking of alternate ways to play the game to kind of come up with rule sets that would force you to do things you normally don't do. And this was kind of one of the silly ideas I had. And one day, for April Fools, I decided to route it and host a race for it, and it turned out to be really good. So it got added to the leaderboards. And here we are.
Here we are.
And also we have Charge Beam now. Would you like to explain insta-charges, Jay?
Sure, yeah. So these are insta-charges or quick charges. When you turn Samus around or when you perform a spin jump, the charge beam is charged immediately, basically. And so we use this to our great advantage. We can do we can activate things that use charge way quicker than if you're waiting for the charge. And there's also a technique called a Charlie or a charge missile, where you fire the charge beam and a missile at the same time in order to increase your DPS.
Saying the word charge a lot there.
Yeah.
So just kind of taking a loop back through here. Our target kind of has this circular level design to it. It's kind of cool. But this time we're going to talk to Adam again. And then, oh no, we don't talk to Adam. We talk to him after.
Yeah, not yet.
My bad.
After.
But we're going to go up right this time, and we're going to kind of go to this hot section of Rotaria and get introduced to one of the early game mechanics of this game, which are these like thermal switches that really they just open doors for you.
Pre-opening a couple of doors there to avoid having to wait later.
Yeah, another case of that here. That's a slow opening door. It stays permanently opened. So open it while you're waiting for that pressure plate to go down. We do need to get that missile later, so might as well open it here. And now this little thermal thing is open. You follow this little red line in the, I don't know, this like this pipe in the background, and it'll kind of show you the way to go. And now Adam wants to talk to us again. See all those doors locked. Mm-hmm. Really talkative guy.
Yep. Has a lot of great things to say about Ravenbeak too.
Yeah. Wonder why.
I don't know.
They're coming down here. You see the enemy there. That's not really going to bother us. And here's that thermal door that we were waiting for to open. And this leads to a little path with the central unit for the white enemy, where we can get our Mega Cannon again.
Single shot. And here we are at the central unit. Time to take it down. It's got a shell that can only be penetrated by concussive weapons, and then the brain, which you can just go ham on with your beam.
And we have a quick kill here. Pretty specific. Gonna need good movement coming out of the central unit room here. Trying to get up to this platform as fast as possible, so we can go ahead and shoot the enemy right here. Normally you would jump to that like upper right part there, but Manny's just gonna hop over, kind of abuse the fact that it takes a second for the enemy to turn around and kill it before it even comes through the door.
Nice.
One of the great things about Metroid Dread speedruns is that you get to see the enemies killed in wildly fanciful and creative ways.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool, and there's a lot of variety in it, because there's all kinds of safety strats. There's like half quick kills. There's like really quick kills. Some of these get really precise and intricate. But that gives Spider Magnet, so we can climb on all those blue surfaces all over the place now. And also notable about Spider Magnet is it lets you jump back towards the wall you just jumped off of, which you can't do with a normal wall jump in this game. You can see it here, single wall jump with the magnet.
This game makes that very hard. I guess it learned lessons from Super Metroid wall jump.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to restrict you a little bit. They wanted like to be able to kind of control where you can go.
All right, coming up here we have Corpius. First we have to destroy this eye door, which in Metroid tradition, eye door. All right, so for the first phase, Manny has to hit Corpius's head 12 times. And then for phases 2 and 3, he has to hit the head a combined total of 26 times.
Ideally trying to skip the phase transition here and trying not to shoot the tail there to force. And unfortunately, not getting enough shots. We're going to try to clean it up with the charge beam here so we don't have to do the phase transition. But unfortunately, the charge beam does not deal as much damage as the missiles. Lots of insta charge spam there. Get through. Not too bad. And we have the
Phantom Cloak.
Yeah.
This will let us slide through Phantom doors and do other sorts of slope skip tech that wasn't necessarily intended.
Yeah. And also notice that if you slide and then start a Phantom Cloak while sliding, you'll continue sliding. That way you can skip the kind of slow walking animation. I'm going to try to do that every time there's a sensor door because it's just fast.
Coming up here, Manny's going to attempt something called Arteria Damage Boost. It involves manipulating enemies to get them in a precise position to skip a ledge coming up.
Yeah. Yep, there we go.
Very nice. First try.
Kind of holding the free aim there so you can get like the most momentum from that. That skips having to use the magnet rail at the top where you slowly get carried across.
And so the character upgrades so far, Phantom Cloak, Spider Magnet, are just required to access Kraid, correct? They're not a part of the collect everything.
Yeah, we need those to even get to Kraid in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But they do also happen to make the count higher, so.
Are there major character upgrades that we'll be collecting as part of this run purely for the completion's sake?
Yes, there's several. Well, we'll get to those in a little bit.
Nice.
In fact, there's one that we don't grab in any other category.
The reason we don't grab it is because it's so useful, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
this is the last time?
Any other category, including 100%? I know Metroid Dread has some weird things with percentage going on.
Yeah, the way that this category defines percent is a little bit differently, because we also count the major upgrades while the game itself doesn't count it. It's kind of just to make it more fun. We were having a little bit of fun with this category, believe it or not.
And that's important. Hey, make your own victory cosigns this behavior.
Coming up here, Manny's going to attempt something called a Super Boost, which is another damage boost.
Yep, going to try to kill these first two plies here, and then use this last remaining one to get knocked up, and there we go.
And coming up next, Manny's going to attempt a heat run. He's got a base health plus 1 tank of energy. Should be enough as long as he keeps moving fast.
Yeah, it's just gonna. And the thing about the environmental damage in this game is the longer you spend in it, it increases the damage per tick, so it's exponential rather than linear. Yeah. So it might have looked like he had, a whole 47 health left there, but at that point the damage was so high that... Oh, that's the bad spawn.
Oh, yep, that's
oh, no.
the bad spawn. Oh, no.
Oh.
That's unfortunate. But we pick ourselves up and we get back up.
That is Metroid Dread for you. You enter a room and surprise.
Yeah, these enemies can be a little mean.
There it is.
That's a better spawn. Not the perfect one, but...
Yep. One thing that's very nice is that in active Emmy rooms, and I say active, I mean where the Emmy is still active, there are lots of checkpoints. Every time you go through an Emmy door, you checkpoint.
Yeah.
The main puzzle
generous.
in Caterus is to activate these thermal doors, because Caterus is the geothermal plant of ZDR.
Of course, Planet ZDR is the planet we're playing on in this game. Don't think we mentioned that. You also have these these lava pumps here. They'll activate these moving magnet rails. They'll also drain the lava from certain rooms. That one drains the lava from the lower room, but that doesn't really come to play in for this particular lava pump. It'll be more significant for the next one. I climb up here. Gonna try to open a charge door for later, since that's one of the slow opening ones. And also gonna aim up here too, because when that thermal door up there is on screen, it'll open, so we don't have to wait for it later, because there's a little animation.
Those doors are so intelligent to know where the camera is.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, next we have something coming up called Atom Skip. It actually is Atom Skip in this category because we use it to skip Atom. Manny is going to do a precise series of jumps that will let him reach this magnet wall. And that has the side effect of
Very
skipping
nice.
Atom because Atom works essentially, Atom locks doors based on what the last Atom you went to did. So we skip an Atom, and because it's no longer in a line. The Atom checks and is like, oh, you're not at this particular Atom, so I don't have to lock the doors. And when you don't have to lock the doors, you don't have to wait for them to be unlocked. So we just go straight through.
Yeah, we're just gonna kind of leave him waiting in Northwest Caterus for the rest of the run. And also worth noting about Atom Skip is it's I believe it's frame perfect with the melee there, because you need a very specific melee timing. Because if you touch that slope at all, it'll interrupt your vertical momentum and you won't be able to make it up. It's very precise.
Yeah, it's triple frame perfect, but you can buffer 2 of those.
Yeah, so getting that second try is pretty impressive. But it's in every route, so we get a lot of practice with it.
It would be really, really funny if, in a category, you just, you kill Kraid, and then you have to come back and get trapped in the Atom room that you missed.
There's a lot of good soft lock percent and analogs in a lot of video games.
There's plenty of interesting ways to soft lock yourself in this game, I will say.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with glitches. This game has some really interesting glitches, but we're not going to be using any of those in this version of the category.
Picking up that second energy tank because it's max percent.
It is max percent.
There's another category called belly percent where we don't pick that up because, it's like we're going to Kraid, we're not beating the entire game. We don't need any more than 1 tank of energy. But here, since we're picking up all the items, we got to pick it up.
We're going to end up with
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to actually end up in this run with more items than we would have at any percent, which is interesting because we're only doing half the game.
I mean, my recollection
it's a very
any
secret
percent
nice
skips
to have.
a lot.
There's a very nice to have,
any
like now the energy tanks in this category, because there's going to be some cleanup that you'll see that that requires you taking a bit of damage, and having multiple energy tanks is a nice buffer in case something happens.
Any percent unrestricted skips a massive amount of supposedly required stuff in this game.
Even unrestricted with all the glitches really only gets like 2 tanks, I think, at world record level right now. So we're already we already have as many items as like 80% unrestricted would get in terms of the minor items. But now we're in Dyron, and this is kind of like a cool laboratory area. I have to say, I think the in terms of the visual design, they did pretty good in this area. There's a lot of really cool stuff in the background here. Kinds of it's a laboratory. All kinds of experiments and stuff. These dark rooms here look really cool. Samus has got her glow-in-the-dark sneakers.
Kind of seems like they needed to cut down on the tries a little bit based on the Switch 1 version, though.
Yeah, this area has a tendency to cause some lag. Just a lot of stuff going on. It's a very big area. There's so much detail. Sometimes you walk into a room and the game's like, I need 10 seconds to load the room, actually. So hopefully that will happen. We call those Dyron loads. They're very annoying. Completely random. Nothing you can do about it.
Oh, that must be fun for PB attempts.
Yeah, it's very fun.
Luckily, the game is long enough where like you theoretically can make that up, but it is frustrating when it happens, for sure.
Now we have wide beam.
Yeah, shoot 3 beams. It's called wide beam in this game, not phaser, which I know some people disagree with. We're gonna open this blob now because we'll need that as a shortcut for later when we're doing cleanup. It's one of the few categories that actually breaks that blob. And this is the yellow Emmy. And we won't be seeing it again for a little bit.
Yep. Each of the Emmys has absorbed a specific power. That one is obviously Speed Booster because it's moving so fast.
Yeah. You cannot outrun it with your base movement. It will... Well, like you kind of can. It's very fast.
You
it will
can keep pace with it, but you're not gonna lose it.
Yeah, realistically, it's gonna stay right on top of you. But now that we have wide beam, we can go back to Cataris, and we can finally access that green Emmy central unit. And luckily,
go
ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I wonder if this is wide beam versus Spazer because Spazer does that sine wave movement on the top and bottom shots, and that's a little different.
Yeah. So that's the wide beam door there. I'm gonna come in here. The game designers are kind of nice. They put it right next to the tram. They like to kind of encourage you to go where you should be in subtle ways. Have the central unit here. Just gonna kind of spam missiles on that guy, and then gonna shoot it really fast. I believe Manny's using a turbo controller, which we allow in this game, so people don't have to hurt their hands. And that's necessary because there is no fire rate cap in this game on the beams. So you can do a lot of damage if you shoot very fast. And a quick kill here. Just gonna shoot it right here, get as much damage on that faceplate. And if it's in the middle of an animation, when you deal enough damage to the faceplate, it has to finish climbing up that little ledge there. So you can use that time to go ahead and preemptively charge the blaster and take it out before it ever reaches you. A little scary, but it's more lenient than it looks, believe it or not.
And now we have our green power back, whatever that is.
Yeah, what Metroid item is green? It's Morphball, apparently.
Okay. Huh.
I never thought of Morphball as green, but
yeah,
I mean, they made the game. They know better, I guess.
I've been lost on the Metroid lore since like Super, so I'll just trust them.
So a couple of things about Morphball movement is that we're gonna abuse momentum to achieve desired outcomes. So like when you see Manny sliding off a ledge into Morph, that allows him to preserve the lateral momentum that he had while he was running in order to, get into a tunnel without having to use Spring Ball to jump up. Another way you can abuse this is that when you are falling, if you are falling in Morph Ball, you reach terminal velocity faster, and so that saves you an absolutely minuscule amount of time, but it saves you time nonetheless.
Yeah, I kind of see a lot of times when you're falling, you're just going to go into Morph Ball. And there's a lot of other intricacies to it because you can like jump and then morph and preserve your upwards momentum. It's a surprisingly technical item to actually use quickly. And this is kind of like where the run gets like really interesting, in my opinion. Or where it starts to get really interesting.
I would agree, yeah.
You see a jump morph here. And I'm gonna kind of try to get like a speed boost in this tunnel up here. Gonna slide and try to morph as you go over the ledge, and didn't get the speed boost, but it's kind of like the game is like trying to push you over the ledge, but you morph at the same time, so you just like get launched forward super fast. It's one of the only places in the game you can do it, but it does save like probably like half a second if you get it.
I forgot.
And it looks cool.
I forgot which category this was, and I had like a mini heart attack when he collected the energy part.
Yeah, normally don't collect energy parts in this game because you need 4 of them to get 1 E-Tank. I mean, if you're only getting 2 E-Tanks, why would you pick up that many items? You have the chain reaction here, so everything's falling apart. Same as, goes in, she has to just like touch every button she sees. Don't know why.
Oh, yeah.
Just breaks things. But luckily, it did lead somewhere useful because now we have the Varia suit, so those heat rooms aren't going to deal damage to us anymore, which is pretty convenient considering that entire room we just did is now superheated. Interestingly, it doesn't protect from the lava damage, which is going to come up here since we need to grab this item now because we won't be coming back here. So we're going to have to just tank the lava damage here, and luckily you can get out. The 2 E-Tanks makes it pretty lenient, but that exponential damage really does start hurting after a couple of seconds.
Mm-hmm. And lava works, lava works the same way as heat and cold, except with lava, you can reset the damage curve by jumping out, and we'll see this later in the run.
Yeah. And this is also the point of the run at which he would normally go and kill Kraid, but as you can see by the timer, we still have a ways to go here. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff before we actually go and see him.
We're not killing Kraid right now. It's in my notes that we're killing him. I'm joking.
Yeah, we just need to make like 3 pit stops. Actually, no, I think it's like, I lost count. You guys know?
We're going to make a lot of pit stops. It's going to be like nothing but pit stops on the way to Kraid here.
Just have to run some errands real quick. It's fine.
Yeah, we just have to go get
some groceries.
We just have to go get like 4 major items and like 20 minor items real quick. It's fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
So yeah, this is normally after the red teleportal, you would go down there and that would lead into Kraid's lair. Instead, we're going to go up here. You may remember this is the path we took the Diren the first time. And this is kind of how you avoid Kraid, because normally after defeating Kraid, you'll go through the purple teleportal that takes you back to Diren. Kind of as a nice clean routing. Instead, we have to do this weird roundabout thing where we go back up here manually. It's very out of the way. And we don't get the diffusion beam from Kraid, so we're going to have to take that into consideration in a few places. And our goal here is to get all of the major items before Speed Booster. Not including Speed Booster, because that requires diffusion beam.
With the use of a less restrictive glitch rule set, is it like does the max percent attainable before Kraid expand, or is it just like you have to get these specific items?
It does expand a lot because of how wild the unrestricted glitches in this game. We've done some theory crafting on it, and I'm pretty sure you can get with all glitches allowed. I'm pretty sure you can get all but 1 item in the game before defeating Kraid, which is kind of unbelievable, but it would be a lot to actually run, and no one's done it yet.
Chat, you heard here first. Who's going to be the first?
Maybe someone here can be the first.
Yeah.
No, Metroid Dread glitches look completely wild to me. So I with love in my heart, it won't be me, but maybe it can be one of you.
Here we have early grapple. You can see Manny slide through. The developers kind of designed the slide this way in this game, where if you slide off a ledge throughout the animation, you can still jump even if you're in the air. And they've designed this specific room so that you can use that to get across. And that takes us right to Grapple Beam. We get it much earlier than we should be. Normally you would get this after Speed Booster. It's going to open up all kinds of little shortcuts, but more notably for this category is it's +1 item, and it's going to unlock a bunch of items. Those coyote jumps are also useful for various movement in the run, but I think it's pretty notable that it's required. That's kind of a trick that's weird starting out for a lot of people. I know that a lot of people kind of find that weird to get used to.
It is actually very genuinely one of the things that make me want to run this game, because in Haiku the Robot, which was just on the show, there is literally the exact same like conceit. There is a trick called early grapple that revolves around coyote frames after a slide. It's actually
I
perfect.
saw that in the chat earlier. I was thinking like, is this a joke about our game? Because I don't know Haiku the Robot. So
no, it is literally the same conceit, a little bit less fire in that one. But also, chat does want to know what the one item you don't get in unrestricted max % crate, or is it just diffusion beam, or is there another item that you can't get?
You can. The weird part is you can actually get diffusion beam. The item you don't get is cross bombs, because that requires releasing the X parasites, which if you release those, Kraid despawns, so you can't kill him.
That's
the only reason why. Yeah. But I see here we had to go down there to get that one little item. Normally that would be accessible through the speed booster blocks down there, but because we're not getting speed booster, the only way to get it is to go down that whole shaft and then climb back up it manually. They want you to shine spark up that shaft. Instead, we just have to strategically break the blocks so we can climb back up. Very painful. There's a ton of enemies hitting you around.
It truly is the most Nestroid part of this run.
We still don't know how to fully optimize the shaft climb. It's just in 100%.
Yeah, it's very finicky. Yeah. It's one of the max % crate unique parts of this run. Kind of why I love this category. You get to do weird stuff like that would never be any other category. Here we have an unknown resource. Can't use it yet. I have no idea what that is.
I don't think I'll ever know. It's going to be a mystery.
Yeah, I don't think we ever find out what that is in this game.
But it's on the grocery checklist, so I gotta pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game has you have the Powerbomb expansions. Sorry to ruin the fun for everyone. That's a Powerbomb expansion. But
spoilers.
If you don't pick up Powerbomb, if you haven't picked up Powerbombs yet, the game isn't going to spoil it for you. So it's just like, oh, I don't know what this is. And here's Adam. He's still waiting in Catarus, so we're just not going to talk to him. Doors aren't locked. You know. I mean, we could talk to him, and it would make the doors lock again, but we're not going to do that.
Here's the bad spawn.
That is the bad spawn, unfortunately. So we're going to have to Phantom Cloak so it doesn't see us. Luckily, Manny is prepared for that. He's done this enough times.
On it.
And another little dark section. Have these hedgehog things. They're kind of annoying sometimes. They like to lunge at you really fast. So just going to like use a charge beam and a missile to insta-kill them. And that's like the most annoying water pool in the game right there. It feels so bad to fall in that.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we have the generator on, we can go back into that little tower room we just went through and go through the top door, and we're going to get the bombs, this is kind of like, this is another developer-intended sequence break. They kind of designed the level so that you could get bombs before Kraid. And if you know much about this game, you'll know that the bombs also enabled a secret quick kill against Kraid, which we will be using later, but that's still a ways off since we have other things to grab.
And that is
for now, it lets us
premise of belly %, right?
Yep. Yeah, that is the whole goal of belly %, is to do the quick kill on Kraid as fast as possible.
Yeah, the early parts of max % Kraid is very similar to belly %, except we don't need grapple beam to finish the category.
Yeah, we got grapple beam instead here, and we're also picking up all kinds of items that you wouldn't grab in anything else other than 100%. You know, see these. Sorry, go ahead.
It's normally slower to do the belly kill. If you saw GDQ, the belly kill was added as an incentive, and it added about 5 or 6 minutes to the run.
Yeah, it's just really out of the way, because it turns out when you kill Kraid and you go through the purple teleportal, it just is really fast routing, and you need to get diffusion anyways, so not having to like backtrack is really nice. Also, Manny getting the hole-in-one strat there. He's a golf pro.
Mm-hmm.
We usually like to keep a tally of how many times you get that in a run, since it comes up multiple times, but this category only does it once, so that was his only chance for golf stardom.
Yeah. When I ran Metroid Dread in GDQ, we did a category with incentive that had us pass through the hole-in-one 3 times, and I was fortunate enough to get all 3 of them.
Yeah, you're talking to the golf master here.
I think I got my golf cart revoked last time I ran this game. So I'm gonna be making that up.
Now we're in Brenia. Cool little water area. Looks really pretty. Also, they really did do a really good job with the visual design in this game, I think.
Has really good music too.
Yeah, I love the song here. And use a cloak slide
what you
there.
Just saw there.
You want to get it?
Was
Yeah, go ahead.
Was a little phantom slide, because when you perform that specific action, the enemy up there can't detect you in time to fire its laser beam.
Yeah, it's surprisingly specific timing, but it ends up being faster to just spend a little bit of time sliding and not have to damage boost through the laser or kill the enemy. And here we're going to be using some dash melees to try to stay out of the water for as long as possible, since water's slows you down. Use charge beams to get rid of these guys as fast as possible. They're kind of annoying. If you've seen other categories in this game, you would expect us to be using the bombs to get into the flash shift room early, but we can't do that. Instead, we have to go into this giant water pit for this one item down here. You would only ever go down here casually. This is like, besides 100%, this is the only category that goes down here, and I think 100% always does this with gravity suit, so we're really taking the scenic route here. It's one of the reasons why I love
jumping away from a ledge here. That's just faster movement underwater.
Yeah, rather than slow climbing, you want to kind of like jump away from the ledge and then drift back towards it when you're underwater, since you can't quick rise underwater. Now we have flash shift. Has a lot of intricate mechanics. Would you like to explain, Jay?
Sure. So one of the things you can do with flash shift is flash chaining, which is so you get 3 uses of a flash shift for your in your Aeon meter. Each use depletes it by a third. Flash chaining is when you break up the flashes across like ledges or gaps in order to get faster movement out of the flash chain. So like imagine just you have to rise up like an S like that. You would just like flash chain that to make that movement more trivial.
Also slapping those bugs out of existence there. I learned that you could do that when Manny was doing practice the other day.
Me too, actually.
Yep. And this is kind of the end of the road here for the seeing new parts of the game. There's a blob over there that you can only break with diffusion if you're not using glitches. So this is the cleanup section of the run here. We're going to walk into this fan. We're going to take a step away. And then we're going to try to flash shift. It's kind of a specific setup to get in a specific range from the fan. And then the idea is if you start the flash shift from outside of the fan, it's not going to push you back and you're going to be able to just grab this item. Normally you would need speed boost to get through there. It's a very obscure piece of tech. It's really that's kind of rando tech, but it ends up being in this category.
It's worth knowing that when you do randomizer challenges, there are some settings where you can only have up to 1 flash shift in a cycle. You need exactly at least 2 flash shifts in order to get it, because you see Samus do a double flash shift motion. If you only have a single flash shift, you actually cannot get that energy part.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, not with that method. There's a harder method to get it, but
is there?
That's kind of off topic. But this game has a lot of weird, obscure tech that comes up in rando.
A Metroidvania being a good rando game? Well, I never.
Yeah, no.
That's certainly never happened before.
So this is another one of the RNG spawn moments. Kind of hoping for a specific spawn here, which Manny got the bad spawn, so we're gonna have to use the Phantom Cloak and be really slow here.
Very nice.
Are we like 0 for 3 on Emmy being nice to you?
Yeah, getting a lot of bad spawns in this run. But you know what? You get to see the backup strats.
Yeah, the only other time I think you see that that particular spawn is in a category called Mercury Steam Percent, which is when you do all dev-intended sequence breaks.
Yep, named after the developers of this game. And now we're just going to kind of backtrack, or retrace our steps here in a Metroidvania. Unbelievable, I know.
I can't believe it.
And here we have these, there's a row of pitfall blocks here. We're going to try to use the flash shift to get across them. Very nice.
Oh, that's
normally you need the cross bombs to get across those, because they'll kind of launch you horizontally. This is the only category that uses a cross bomb skip on those particular blocks. You see a power bomb tank up there. We cannot get it because it's power bomb locked. Kinda, you got to spend money to make money. Now we're gonna backtrack the way we came in. There is a faster route out of Dyren, but you can't take it without Speed Booster. Turns out the area where you need Speed Booster has a lot of Speed Booster locked paths, so we have to take this really roundabout routing, and it's just a lot of tunnel movement there. It's kind of weird to do this in reverse because I don't think any other category does like this specific part in reverse. And this is where we broke the blob before, so we can take a shortcut, go up to the top without having to go to the right. Gotta swing back and forth, get this missile tank. And then there's a little shortcut down here we're gonna take, and this is also a pretty rarely used shortcut. I don't even know how many people know that this exists, honestly. I mean, there's a grapple block, but it's like something that people forget about because it's not a way you would usually go speedrunning this game. And we're returning to Caterus now, but believe it or not, we still have like half of cleanup to go because we have to go back and do Artaria. So Caterus is going to kind of be... Caterus cleanup in this category is really weird because we're going to kind of be bottlenecked by some of the areas that we can't go through yet. Kind of like mainly Kraid is going to restrict some of the routing here because we don't want to go through him yet. So we're going to have to basically loop back through this area and do it a second time. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go backwards to this tram room. And we're gonna go down through the Emmy zone. This is like the second time we've been through here. And for this particular time, we're gonna go right, but we'll be back later. You've seen us take this path as well before. And we're gonna have a little item down here to get. A little secret room. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the magnet there. For some reason, the end of it, you can't actually grapple to.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's probably instrumental in a way you can get into a state called tilt. But that's off topic.
Yeah, you can use those. That's glitches, though. We don't do glitches here.
No, absolutely not.
That'd be bad.
Very powerful energy to say going on tilt is a glitch. Maybe that would help me in my speedruns.
Finally collected those energy parts. So we've completed the energy tank now. We're up to 4. And this room is just kind of a nightmare because all these flies are here. If you don't want to kill them, it's like really annoying to try to weave around them. A little puzzle here. I like this little puzzle. I think it's a cool little use of the magnet. And another unknown resource.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't know what we got.
Yeah. I totally didn't say what it was earlier.
I wasn't listening.
It was on the shopping list, though, and that's enough.
Sure is. Here's another thing on the shopping list.
Yeah, 2 missiles. Don't think you usually get missiles from shopping, but...
Well, Samus is built different.
Depends on where you go.
Yeah, Samus does what she wants. That's the moral of the story. Have this
good flash movement to get up here.
Yeah.
This is actually pretty challenging to do jumpless.
Yeah. And when we refer to jumpless, we mean that there are 2 jump upgrades we can get later in the game, but those aren't accessible in this category, so we just have to kind of abuse the fact that you can wall jump again. You can single wall jump with the flash shift if you flash back towards the wall you just jumped off of. It's actually a lot of inputs because you have to respin after the flash shift. So Manny's kind of making it look easy, but it would probably take, most people a couple of tries if they tried it themselves. And here we're gonna bomb out these blocks here. We're gonna try to get through this guy quickly, and those bomb blocks are on a timer until they respawn. For optimal movement here, we want to try to get through them before they respawn. Manny actually got through there with a surprising amount of time to spare. And that's our first round of Crowder's cleanup. Now we're gonna go and we're gonna go the opposite way this time. We're gonna go left and do the other half of the other 30% of Cataris. It's very weird to route. This is kind of like the earlier sections of it. And I'm just gonna come down here and we're gonna have probably the biggest choke point of the run. So there's this item up here we have to go through the lava to get, and as we talked about before, we're going to take constant damage in the lava that's exponentially scaling. The idea here is going to be to jump out of the lava, place a bomb in midair, and then jump back into it and bomb jump up. Getting that first try is pretty important because that damage starts doing a lot really quickly, and we don't have any checkpoints right now. So if Manny died there to the lava, we would be redoing all of Cataris.
Oh. Yeah, our checkpoint privileges get revoked when we kill the Emmy.
Yeah. So getting that first try is good. That's really scary. It's also the only category that does anything like that in the lava. So I remember routing this and I realized that was something we'd have to do, and I was just I was so amazed that I managed to come up with a category idea where you would have to do something like that. It was just required.
Oh, Manny taking a dip.
Dip in the lava, but should be able to make it out of here because we have so much energy.
Yep. Oh yeah, that exponential scaling there.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, you were starting to see it do half a tick or half a tank per tick there. It starts sealing a lot towards the end. It can get all the way up to a full E-tank per tick, which we will actually be seeing in the next area, because we're going to have to do a pretty long cold run. But that's still for a little bit. And the way we've routed this is we're just going to conveniently come across the Artaria elevator that we came in with. Now we can go do Artaria cleanup.
Would you look at that?
Wow.
Routing. So I know this obviously probably doesn't have the same level of community attention and focus of something like any %, but has the routing for this? You mentioned that this was a race that you hosted at least once as well. Has the routing for this evolved over the category history, or has it always been we understand what tech is necessary to get these items and the route is self-evident from there?
Yeah, actually, I actually wouldn't say the route is self-evident, but it hasn't changed at all. No one has gone and found a faster way to reroute it yet. I wouldn't be totally surprised if there was another way, just because no one's going to get it right on the first try. But the route has held up surprisingly well so far, which I think is cool. I'm glad I got it at least pretty good the first try. I did time it a little bit.
Questionable missile tank. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I did have to do a little bit of timing because there were a couple of candidate routes, but this is the one I ended up landing on. It seemed significantly faster than the alternatives, so.
There's one questionable missile tank that we don't get. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so there's kind of an ambiguous one. It comes up in Gavrin. There is a missile tank that is theoretically possible. I'm a little confused about whether it actually is or not. I believe it is, but kind of at the start of it, we said, well, let's not require this because it's a really, really precise trick. It's several frame perfects, I think. So
detrimental to category health.
Yeah.
Trick.
I love that. You can always make the category better if it makes let me take that again. That was bad. If there's something in your category that you're making up that's completely awful and it makes the category better to not have it, don't do that thing. It's so easy to not.
I just kind of thought, like, you know, if I require this, no one's going to want to run this, especially not when I'm like asking people to learn it in a week for a race, community race. Many did accidentally go the wrong way there. So this Artaria routing is a little awkward. A lot of the routing in this is a little awkward. It's so opposite of what we're used to doing. It's kind of easy to forget the way you're going. A lot of cases in races where people have just forgotten to get an item and realized only after the fact. I've had some false alarm world records before, unfortunately. But it's part of the territory when you have something as weird as this. So
No, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just going to say
I killed a whole extra boss in the Haiku Memorial run last year. Sometimes you walk left when you mean to walk right. This too is speedrunning.
I mean, we call that a side quest.
Exactly.
And then coming up here is that cold run I was referencing earlier. It's going to be pretty long. The issue with the cold damage is it actually scales slightly differently than the heat and lava, in that it starts out low, but once it gets going, it starts dealing a lot of damage per tick. So we're going to have to go out of the room to reset the damage, because if we didn't, it would start dealing, 1 E-tank per tick. Even here as you're exiting, you can see it's starting to ramp up a little bit, but a couple more seconds in there and we would be dead. It's a little less aggressive at first, but it's way more punishing the longer you stay in there. I don't really know why they designed it separately, but I do think it's really cool and I appreciate it. It's very obscure. And we're finally just about done with Artaria. So we're going to go back to Cataris. We're going to take Red Teleportal there. That happens to lead us right next to Kraid, but we're still not done yet because there's one more on our endless list of pit stops we have to make. Yet another errand.
It's where you just want to be really prepared for the Kraid, but...
Yeah, I mean, we want to take no chances against that guy. I mean, he's come back to life how many times? Like 3? I don't even know. He's in like every game, it feels like. And I believe we haven't missed anything so far, luckily.
We haven't.
We're on track. Yeah, I when I came back to the Emmy zone, I remember that the mistake I made earlier, because you do all the bottom left checks a lot later than what I thought I had to at the moment.
Yeah, it's like it's a really weird. I mean, I made a route doc for this category with like arrows drawn over the area maps, and the lines get real squiggly. It looks very weird when you look at it as an overview. So we're gonna go up here. We're gonna grapple up here and take the orange teleportal to Gavrin in a second, right after we grab this one missile. And fun fact, the room directly above us is where Adam has been waiting for us for over half an hour. But we're still not gonna go say hi to him.
Specifically, that Adam tells Samus to accept your helplessness. So by doing ADM skip, we just say, no, we're not going to listen to that.
It's very poignant that we skip the Adam that says that we have to obey him.
Yeah. So we're going up here to Gavrin. This is one of the late game areas. I would say it's a late game area. But unfortunately, when you access it through Orange Teleportal, you are extremely limited in where you can go here. In fact, without that really difficult skimp that we talked about before, you can only get 2 items here, and without glitches, that one only adds a 3rd item. And right here is Pulse Radar. This is the major item that only this category gets. Not even 100% gets this. It lets you reveal all the hidden blocks. You want to show us what it does, Vanny, while you're going through here? Oh my god, he doesn't even know how to use it.
Yeah, you also show how really important this item is. It just never gets used like ever.
Yeah, it reveals the hidden blocks. It's pretty nice for casual play, but really no reason at all to grab it in the speedrun. It doesn't have any glitches. We kind of have like a running joke that one day we'll find a way for Pulse Radar to just let you credits work or something, but
that is sort of how speedrunning communities go over time, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it's really funny that I think a lot of speedrunners don't even know how to use Pulse Radar, honestly. I believe it's left on the D-pad for the record.
Oh, I tried
so.
up and right, and that didn't work. I just literally just picked the wrong options.
I only tried half the directions.
I know, jeez.
Be a little more thorough.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head how you use it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, at the time, I did not have a post on the matter.
Anyways, we're in Crate Slayer now, so we're nearing the end here.
Beautiful no notes.
There's only one more item to grab before we go and fight our enemy here, our mortal enemy.
And that's right, we're going to be taking another lava dip.
Yep. Which is, really fitting for this category that the last thing you get is just forcing you to take environmental damage for like the 5th time. Luckily, the eye door gives you all your health back. Pretty nice of them to put that right before the boss. Game design. So we have phase 1 here. We're just going to try to get as many missiles into his mouth as possible. Fun fact, while he's screaming, he takes half damage. Don't know why, but he does. And when he does this attack here, where he shoots the things at his mouth, you want to use the charge beam, because it can shoot through here. We're going to do the activate the secret quick kill here. We're going to drop a couple bombs in his belly, and once the cutscene starts, that'll be time.
Yep, time is when the scene changes.
And that is time.
GG. If I remember correctly, at least from what is on SRC, it looks like, I'll check with the delay, but this will be a PB. I don't know, you said you've been practicing this beforehand. What was your PB?
My PB was 54:59.
Okay, not quite. It looks like we got a waiting for 55:41. So very good run.
Just within a minute. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's nice.
All right, before we close things off,
for
we need
forgetting where to go at one point. That's pretty nice.
We need to confirm 499 energy with 1 energy part, 132 missiles, and 3 unknown resources.
Yeah.
And as per tradition with belly percent and max percent crate, Sam is to take one final dip in the hot tub.
Incredible. While
got to see that tank of damage.
Yeah. While Samus is getting that rejuvenating hot springs bath. Yup. GG again.
That must have felt really good.
Yeah.
After doing all that shopping too. If the three of you have any shout outs you would like to give, and also please let the people know where you're at on the internet and what you're up to.
I'll start. I would like to thank the entire Metroid Dread community. Metroid Dread is the first speed game I have ever done, and that I've been part of the community since 2021, and this community has felt like a home to me. They really helped me get into the comfort of speedrunning and helped me push to where I am today. So I have all of the community to thank, and I have Jay and May here to thank for being wonderful commentators. Thank you so much for all the time that you put.
Thank you.
Yeah, the community is really great for this game. We have a lot of fun little categories you can do if you want to go into all the weird stuff. Have a rando, like to run community races.
Amazing.
Yeah, the community's really great. I don't have anyone to thank that Manny didn't already cover. And I'm a very private person, but you can find me on Blue Sky somewhere. I don't know.
You can find me in the Metroid Dread Speedrunning Discord, where you can talk to me about Metroid Dread.
I am also on Blue Sky, and in speedrun.com we have a link to the Discord community server, so if you ever want to join in, feel free.
Incredible. Chat, make some noise one more time for manager and max percent cred. Gotta be one of the best shopping trips I've ever witnessed. And friends, that is going to be the end of our anniversary Metroidvania spectacular here at Make Your Own Victory. This was a ton of fun. So many wonderful indie games. We got our Metroid, we got our Vania. If you missed out on anything from this show, in just a little bit, we are going to be throwing it back into a replay of the day, right back from the top. That's going to be a Worldless Super Boss speedrun with dev commentary running back through our whole day. So if you missed it, I hope you'll consider checking it out or checking us out on YouTube. This is Parting is Such Sweet Sorrow. This is the final weekend you are going to be seeing Make Your Own Victory on this Twitch channel. But I am delighted to say that is because starting this very upcoming Monday, Make Your Own Victory is joining the bi-weekly regular Hotfix rotation. We will be filling the slot previously covered by Game Over as Regal has stepped back from Hotfix. It is some massive, massive shoes to fill, but I am very excited to be joining the roster on Monday nights. And we've got a banger first show for that. Not to spoil too much, but if you like Celeste and you like Seekers everywhere, be sure to tune into that on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. But also, you're going to be so sick of me this weekend because tomorrow is our Journey to Silksong Hollow Knight and Hollow Knight Silksong community special event. It is going to be 6 fantastic speedruns tracking the speedrunning history and community history of the Hollow Knight and Silksong speedrunning community. That is going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern as well. I hope to see you all there. If you were wondering why there was no Hollow Knight in this Metroidvania celebration, that's because we're going to be seeing so much of it tomorrow. That is it from us here at Make Your Own Victory. I've been Quacksilver. Speedrunning is a beach day. Thank you so much for joining me in the sand. I'll see you next time.